Chad. I believe we are live now. You should be able to hear me. I apologize if you can hear me. I'm still waiting for Rangi, so. And yes, okay, we are live. Alright.
Oh, I got back just in time. Nice.
Yes, hello. Hello, chat. For any of you who might be tuning in or might tune in the future, we are here to talk about another movie. And today it's a Satoshi Kon movie known as Tokyo Godfathers. It's probably the only anime Christmas film I'm specifically aware of.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was specifically relevant. Let me just check my sound real quick. I sound fine on my end. Yep. Alright, yep.
Awesome.
But yeah, today I'm here with my two guests. Both of who if you've seen my other content, you'll recognize. ArtofAlmost and Boy. My Boy is my real life brother, so.
Yes. As opposed to his fake life brother.
Well, no, that's ours.
We don't.
Okay.
Yeah, we're adding to the lore.
Awesome.
Okay.
For your inevitable VTuber era.
If I ever get like the money to actually get a VTuber model, I probably will, but that's long in the future. I don't want to spend that much money.
Yeah. That's a if thing, not a when thing. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, and I kind of like the PNG thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, reactives are good, and you don't have to worry about, like, constantly messing with your model. I don't know what goes into VTubing, so this is all out my ass, but we'll see.
Okay, so, if you want a quality VTube model, that's thousands of dollars.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Well, whatever. That's a, again, if thing, not a when thing. Anywho, we're talking about this, which I've decided that this is actually my favorite Christmas movie, I think, which I was not expecting.
That's interesting because that kind of factors into a conversation Art and I had when we watched it, because Art hadn't seen it before. I'd seen it before. Art, so what was your take on it?
Well, on the second watch through, I enjoyed it a lot more than the first watch through. I still think I would put it at the bottom of my list of favorite films by Satoshi Kon, though.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that.
But not to say that it's bad.
Yeah, it's like a 7 out of 10. Maybe.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I can see that. Like, when I say it's not my favorite Satoshi Kon film, that's still Perfect Blue in my opinion, as weird as that movie is. But I think it's definitely a very good, like, it's a very good Christmas film. Because it's like, it doesn't do the Hallmark thing where it's all working out all the time. Christmas, yay, gotta save Grammy's fucking cookie shop. It's like, these are characters with real struggles in their lives, and it's not always great, but they still, like, you can tell they actually care for each other, and even though they're in horrible circumstances, given the plot of the film, they still find a way to, persevere maybe is a strong word, but they try, find a way to, like, find some hope and joy in the bleak circumstances.
I'd agree with that. I'd actually go with, this isn't like the like standard, like, oh, it's a suburban family dealing with like rather mundane issues and whatever, and oh no, this guy's a bit of a grumpy person at Christmas, and he's being a bit of a dick. That's what a lot of like not great Christmas movies do. This is like three broken people. They are at the bottom of the rung for society, you know?
Yeah. Like, some of them, it's because of their own decisions. Like, one is because of just circumstance, and they just couldn't pull themselves up. And the other is just, really just a kid who fucked up. Like, that's the bottom of it. That's the bottom line there. And it's, hell, I would say they're remarkably kind people, despite their circumstances.
Well, that depends on the circumstance.
Well, yeah, it depends really on the circumstance. I would argue Gene isn't always the kindest, is he?
I'd argue all of them aren't always the kindest.
I'd say the one that like tends to, and this is actually surprising given that it's a film made in 2003, and well, yes, stereotyping is a thing, and it isn't like you probably wouldn't be able to make a lot of these today, especially like at least in Western media. Um, Hana is a remarkably like not always like you said, specifically with the other two, she tends to lose her shit a little bit. Um, she's remarkably kind given this. She like I've said this before the stream, but Hana's probably my favorite character.
Uh,
Like
there's a lot of
she's really kind.
Jin is probably my favorite personally, but
That doesn't surprise me.
I don't know because just I feel like there's a lot going on with Jin, especially because one of my big problems with a lot of stories, is when characters just exposit their background, and they kind of subvert that with Jin in this story. He gives himself up before we get into the plot.
Well, I will throw another different opinion in and say that my favorite character is it Miyuki?
Yeah, hey, we all each of our favorites is different. That's nice.
Oh yeah, no, I can understand any. So the three main characters, they all have stuff going on. They all are interesting characters, and like Miyuki's, I didn't really vibe with her story until my second viewing either. And I was kind of more sympathetic because Miyuki's the girl, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's the teenage girl, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, so, yeah, that's the interesting thing, too, with this, is, yeah, these are three broken people, and they're kind of tasked with, their big challenge is to do the right thing, and ironically, what Jin suggested they do is the correct thing from the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, so let's go into the actual plot. So, this movie is about three homeless characters that find a baby that seems to be abandoned on Christmas night. That's the basics of the plot. But it's also one thing I like about the film before we get into like the full details. I think that the way that they deal with the fact that these people are homeless is actually interesting in that they aren't just like, oh, poor people down on their luck. But you don't just have they're broken. A lot of it is that, like, they're aware that they can barely take care of themselves. Or at least Jin and Miyuki is. ER.
Yeah.
Hana seems a bit delusional.
Yeah. Hana's the dreamer of the group, it seems.
Oh, definitely. I'm just also setting up the thing so that But yeah, so we start at... It's essentially like one of those kind of... kind of community service sort of things that...
Yeah.
Like basically, soup kitchen sort of setup where the homeless people get food out of it, but they do have to stay for the whole like sermon with the choir and everything. Basically, you're going to church for food.
Yeah, and what I love about it is that actually that scene gives you a very clear idea right out the gate of each character's sort of not necessarily outlook, but their sort of vibe. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, was it Jin that fell asleep during it?
Yeah, Jin was falling asleep, and then during the pastor's sermon was kind of heckling. Hana was like full in tears, loving it every second of it, given that she seems to be a person of faith. And I don't remember exactly what Miyuki's reaction was. She's
not
like,
there.
all right, is she not there?
No,
Miyuki
Miyuki didn't come. Miyuki's
yeah,
this is an this is an interesting thing because this ties into both Miyuki and Jin's character later, because we do get a lot of insight into their relationship through other interactions as well as their own. Uh, do you guys remember what Miyuki is referred to by the other homeless by the other homeless people? Not Jin and Hana, but the other ones.
They're referred to as like, what was it, like Jin's girl or something, or like
Jin's
in a way that,
spoiled princess.
yeah, like in a way that implies that he basically takes care of her as a daughter.
Yeah, he's protecting her. He's been protecting her. That's
And given
the
that
implication.
given that being real, she's a homeless teenage girl
Well,
in the middle of a major city, is fair. He definitely is.
well, it's funny too because we get more info on that later on, but I think it's very interesting that Jin didn't make like Jin and Hana went to the soup kitchen to get the food. Miyuki isn't that is the one that's like not there. And
yeah, it makes sense because Miyuki is at least in the beginning of the film very in denial of her circumstances, in the sense that she was to admit she's homeless.
Well, Miyuki seems to be very down to earth in her circumstance. It almost like it's interesting with that. There's a lot going on there.
Well,
but specifically, yeah, you've got Hana seems very into it. I don't think Hana's necessarily in tears completely, but yeah, Jin is definitely kind of like, okay, whatever. This is the thing we have to do to get the free food.
yeah. Hey, he's napping through the whole fast. You're like, this fuck sucks, give me food.
Yeah.
Which causes many arguments between him and Hana.
Yeah. Art, what do you think of like the opening? Do you agree with Glenn's assessment on it?
Well, yeah, I do think it does a good job of setting up all three of the characters.
Well, I think it more so Jin and Hana in this with the church, because obviously Miyuki
in the
there.
church.
Yeah.
So even when we do first see Miyuki, it does do a good job. That she's spitting off the side of the building onto random passers-by, and then the interactions they have when they all first meet up.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, because as much as Jin and Hana banter, like, a lot of the things Jin says in this movie would not be said in a modern day movie.
Yeah, well, let's be for real. A Western modern day film. Because Japan, they still have a bit of a...
no. There is... Japan has definitely softened on that, too, as somebody who... At least the Japanese anime industry. Because I watch a lot of anime stuff. And while they probably would make a few jokes about it,
they're a little bit more mature about it.
Yeah, there's with Jin and Hana, they both interact very well together because they are just those two friends that bicker constantly because they're
you get the impression. You get the impression though that they're, despite the bickering, like one of the moments I love is when they're all like shifting through garbage for effectively Christmas presents. At one point, I believe Jin says something along the lines of, "Hey, Hana's like doing all of this, for you, Miyuki. You show some fucking gratitude," which is a good indicator that he cares more than he lets on.
I just also find it funny with the scene. You get the poor fucking the volunteers at the soup kitchen that have to deal with both of their nonsense and bickering.
Yeah, or it's also that another good character building scene because it shows that again, Hana's faith, which is played a bit of a joke, but I think I like that she's a queer person of faith, and also her desire to be a mother, despite her circumstances.
To be fair, Hana is also like just the over dramatic type anyway. So it's kind of.
I mean, she worked in a. Oh my god, yeah.
Well, basically she worked in a dressing bar, which do exist in Japan. I don't know what they're. I don't remember what they're called specifically.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. I don't know, because is it a drag queen or trans? I don't think so.
I think they have their own word for it.
Yeah, I don't know, just lounge singer, I guess, for the sake of it, you know.
Yeah, but basically but yeah, with them, this very much is setting up their character. Han is like the overdramatic person, but they all. I don't know if they are a full believer in God necessarily, or just the idea of a kind of spiritual thing. Just like they're the optimist of the group. They are the hyper optimist of the group, and then
Yeah.
you have Jin, who is the realist. He is very much, or maybe even the pessimist. He is very much the no, we are shit people. We can't even take care of ourselves. Uh, you're fucking nuts, Hana. Like, Jin is very much the pessimist, and I think Miyuki is kind of the balance between the two. But also,
I would. Well, here's the thing. There's a key thing that makes me think she's a bit in denial of her circumstance, and that's when she's like, they're talking, and she's like, "I'm not homeless. I can go home whenever I want." And she's still living in a cardboard box, so
oh,
that were true, you know.
this is the other thing, because we get what she's doing while all this is happening, which is basically she's standing at where a sign is and she's just spitting on people. She's a little shit type.
Yeah.
Yeah, like she is doing. They're at least going to something to get what they need to survive, and having to listen to like essentially being preached at. She's been allowed to just go and do whatever the fuck she wants.
Yeah, which tells you about what you need to know about this dynamic. Hana and Jin are mom and dad in this case.
Yeah, it is weird. They kind of do have a family dynamic here. Mm. Looking at art. Participate.
Sorry, my internet's
Participate.
Oh,
my internet's been a bit
I was
janky.
I was wondering, because yeah, you're usually a lot more talkative, at least the shit post.
Yeah, it's
True
been a little
that.
weird for me too. I think it's just our internet being weird.
Is it coming out bad on stream? That's what I'm always worried about.
Oh, let me check. It sounds fine on the stream, so
Ah, okay. So it might just be Discord fucking up.
Yeah, I think so.
if I
But yeah, we're at Miyuki's introduction.
yes, spitting off the side of a building.
Yeah, well, yeah, and we were just saying how it's really funny because you have Hana and Jin, who are basically mom and dad, as far as this little like. I think it's safe to call them a family unit.
Yeah, they are
More
kind
or
of like a
less.
weird little family unit. Yeah.
Yeah, and then she's the like teenage daughter character, basically, like, and yeah, she's causing mischief, but what she's doing also isn't like necessarily harming people per se. So
Yeah, that's the thing I always love is that they never. It goes out of its way to show these aren't bad people. Jin, as rough as he is, isn't a bad guy necessarily.
no,
They're just people who are down in their luck.
Well, then some of I would actually argue.
With exceptions.
I'd actually argue they all are still responsible for their circumstances, but it's one of those things where there isn't much they can actually. Well, rather, they are people in a bad position. That's what I would say.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but she's doing that, and then we get Jin and Hana, and Hana actually went and picked up the extra food. That's the funny thing. Hana saying that they were eating for two. They weren't lying because they were bringing food for Miyuki.
Yeah, it's true.
But also, the fucking 8 workers' face is just really
Like,
funny.
what the fuck?
The 8 workers like, yeah, okay, sure, you're eating for two, whatever gets you out of my face.
Like, I don't want to have this interaction continue.
Yeah,
I'm
like
not paid enough for this.
Well, they're
I'll just say
it's
now,
a
this-
soup kitchen, so they're probably a volunteer worker.
Therefore, they are not
This
paid
does
enough for that.
Yeah, this does lead to a hilarious moment later on when that same worker eventually sees Hana with the baby and is like, "Oh my fucking god!"
This is the other thing with their interactions once they like are sitting down and like eating. What I find interesting is you have Hana kind of lecturing Miyuki about acting like a lady, basically. I think it kind of sets up. It's another part that sets up. Hana is the optimist, and Hana's very, very much the type that I feel like I said, as much as they are a delusional character, as far as just how dramatic they are and whatever, and like a lot of their choices in the movie are pretty bad, they are somebody that I feel like the way Hana sees it is Miyuki is the one of the three of them who can probably like make it out of this easily.
Yeah, and they're not wrong. Like Miyuki has Miyuki is longer. You know what I mean? Like she's the youngest. She has longer to figure out a way out of these circumstances.
Not
She's also
not only that, but like just in general, I think Hana is. You also have to remember that Hana was basically in sort of the, I guess you could say, hostess industry, even though it's not exactly correct.
not exactly. I mean, she was like a lounge singer from what we've seen.
Well,
Yeah, something like that.
those types of bars, there is a nature to them that is somewhat.
Well, I mean,
It's
yeah,
not like a
there's always
full-on
gonna be-
hostess bar, obviously. But yeah, Hana was basically, but Hana's also does seem to care a lot about. Well, Hana's, like I said, Hana's the optimist, so they still kind of care about like having some semblance of dignity and pride in who they are, even though they are at the bottom of the ladder.
Yeah, even though no one will look at them like they have any dignity, Hana seems to be like hold importance into maintaining it, if not for how other people perceive them, for themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas Miyuki isn't very receptive to it at all.
No, I mean, Miyuki is basically just, it feels like, I don't know, it feels like Miyuki just feels like they deserve this. That's what I get the impression of.
Well,
There's definitely some self-loathing there with Miyuki, I think.
yeah, and she sort of gives this impression a lot of the time that she's kind of above it all. She doesn't really see herself as part of the group, and I like how that she sort of becomes more
Yeah.
attached to them as the film goes on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because in this sequence she's very much shit talking them, like calls calls Hana pops, which obviously triggers Hana very much.
I love that Hana wasn't like it. They didn't do the thing where Hana was like, "Oh my god, you hurt my feelings so much." She's like, "Oh, really, motherfucker?" Like,
Or if you watch the movie with the subtitles that I had, she calls her a fart, and that doesn't work quite as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't know why the subtitles for the version we watched together are different.
I think that they're better.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
other one had props, I think, but when I watched it today, the subtitles were terrible.
Yeah.
uh,
I'll be honest. I'm a heretic.
also, another interesting thing is, uh, Hana gets really offended because Miyuki says that she sounds just like Akiko, who then, when asked who Akiko is, says basically says the old lady that gave birth to me, and yeah, I find it interesting that Hana's very much the more like socially in tune of the group, because yeah, she's just offended that like, don't call your mother that.
Yeah. Well, it also makes sense because of all of them. Like, we'll get into the specifics of how they all got there later on. Um, but when it comes to like how they got into their positions, Hana was the one who's like, it's not like she made a bad decision that she kind of like seemingly gave up on herself, but
Yeah.
also it's a case of it was just it wasn't like one like wrong move like Jean or one like really big fuck up like Jean and Miki.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is when Jin gets involved, the way he talks to her is kind of like, uh, basically you're talking a lot of shit for somebody who isn't even taking care of herself in this situation, and she replies, "Should a burden on society say that?" And his response is just, "You're a burden on us. What does that make you?"
Yeah,
But
which is harsh but not unfair.
it is harsh, but also, uh, we say this knowing what's said about Jin later.
Yeah,
Because she's sassing, but Jin is the person protecting her. Basically, like,
yeah,
Yeah,
who knows what sort of like, you know, terrible situation she'd be in if not for Jin and Hana.
yeah. I mean, it's the kind of thing where you could tell based off of like the homeless guys Miyuki would eventually run into. You get the impression that like they clearly know like we're more upset, but we can't actually do anything because we know Jean
Well,
and whatever that
they
the bit
actually
is.
imply that yeah, she's under Jin's protection, and you
Yeah,
get the implication that that does mean something, whether it's just he maybe
providing
he's
for her, or if he's actually like physically protecting her.
yeah. I got the impression he was physically protecting her.
Makes sense. Jean strikes me as the kind of guy who'd probably have gotten into a scrap or two.
Well,
yeah,
especially if you consider the fact that he does seem to see her as kind of a pseudo daughter, and
Yeah,
given what we know, we learn later about his past.
yeah. A big theme I've noticed is that a lot of like every character in this little unit, they all kind of have this desire for a family that they find that each member of the party will say kind of fills that role that they're looking for.
Well, all of their backstories have to do with kind of losing family in a way,
Yeah.
even if not actually losing them, like lo- losing them in a metaphoric sense at least, like that,
yeah,
and that's a very intentional, I think.
yeah.
Yeah, but I believe yeah, it's so after they eat and everything, eventually it kind of gets to the point where like, again, it's Christmas and they kind of want to say whatever, we're homeless, but we're still going to do Christmas basically. And they're like shifting through garbage for Christmas gifts, which Miyuki's complaining about, but also it's like another moment I like is Jean's like I mentioned before, Jean's like, "Hey, Han is going out of her way for this. We might be bums basically, but we're still, it's still Christmas. We still want it to be nice." Um, and that's a really nice movie. Eventually, like
Well,
they do
it's
get into that.
so one of the lines I find interesting is Hana is like, yeah, I could go home anytime I want, and then she also says 6 months, 6 months, on the street means you're homeless. I could go wherever I want, and Jin's response is just, the ones who say that they never do.
Mm.
It's
He's been here a while.
yeah, well, yeah, he's been, not only has he been here a while, but this is another one of those moments where, yeah, he is the pessimist of the group. He is the one with the most negative look on who their situation and what's going on with them, and his view contrasted with Hana, who seems to have like a lot. Hana's pushing a lot of the positive energy, and Jin is kind of pushing the negative energy. But that doesn't make Jin a bad person. He's just the more, well, I'd hate to say realist, but he's a realist.
I also think that, given what we learn about how he left his family, if he thought that himself when he first became homeless, like, well, I could go
Yeah.
back, but he never did. So he's sort of speaking from experience there a little bit too.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, it's like it's always.
I think that's kind of why he's so like harsh on her, is because Jin not only sees his daughter in her, but he also kind of sees some of himself. Because Jin is actually probably the one whose situation, when we get the truth of it, is not nearly as severe. Also, spoilers for anyone who's planning to watch it. I think all three of us recommend this film. So if you,
Oh, 100%.
yeah, so if you don't want spoilers on the story and the plot, because there are things I would consider like active spoilers in this plot, including the backstories. Go watch it and then come back and watch this stream.
Yeah, we've been, I'd say, fairly vague up until this point, but
Yeah.
it's, like I said, favorite Christmas movie on my behalf. If you want a really good film to watch this Christmas season, I definitely recommend it.
Also, Art, you sent me a thing to put on screen, so
I did.
Yeah, that's the fucking best expression in this film, frankly. And a film of amazing expressions too.
Yeah, that's actually a really good part of this movie. Is some of the fucking expressions the characters pull are so great.
Satoshi Kon is good at, like, while the characters sometimes look real in a sense of like this looks like it was designed to look similar to a real person, it still doesn't change the fact that, like, there's always that animated, aspect to it. There's always that very cartoonish aspect to it.
The animation should always have some level of exaggeration, I think.
Yeah.
Or, well, even if it doesn't, there's a fact that real life is kind of, I don't know if I'd say muted, but why not just, because things that are more over the top are more acceptable in animation.
Yeah. That's why I've always, like, when people are like, "Oh, we do this animation to make it look as realistic as possible," and I was like, "Okay, you can do that, but I mean, at that point, why even bother making an animation in times like?"
But yeah, it's also one of the things that is also interesting though is when Jin says that line to her, Miyuki gets really like pissed off to the point of throwing the book at him.
Yeah.
Dostoevsky. That's a big book. It's gonna hurt.
Yeah,
and then
that's gonna do some damage.
yeah, and
Jin wouldn't gonna let that shit slide.
Yeah, Jin isn't gonna let that shit slide.
I wouldn't even call it really a fight, because you could tell they're not really going at each other.
The other funny thing is, yeah, well, because obviously Jin could beat the shit out of Miyuki if she actually wanted to.
Yeah. she's a malnourished, like 16-year-old, and he's a
Hello,
full-grown man.
Kuro. I see you in the chat, Kuro. Hi. Yeah, that's my boy over there.
Yeah, everyone likes Kuro.
Yeah, it's his birthday, don't you know?
It is. Happy
It's
birthday, Kuro.
Happy birthday, Kuro.
Oh,
I'm just waiting for the people watching count to drop one because Kuro's like, oh, for Christ's sake, I'm leaving.
yeah,
And-
but yeah,
Yeah.
so that's the funny thing though. With I think Hana's expression and Hana's reaction to it all, they do this a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is not a new thing, and you get to, like, when they're like, "Oh, you hit me," and it's like from the animation and everything, you get the impression that they're not actually even really hitting each other. You can tell they don't want to actually hurt each other. If they actually did, that'd be a big deal.
Yeah. It's really funny because let me see if I can get Hana's expression.
Oh, I just sent it to the chat.
Oh, perfect. Let me, because I can swap in that, swap out that other, image
Yeah.
immediately for the new image.
Yeah.
There we go. There's the expression. This is
That's
this
great.
is that. This is that. Oh, this shit again.
It's like, yeah. In the words of John Mulaney, it's like same shit as always. Like,
That expression is just very good. Because you just look at the eyes, and it's like it's looking at them with the same like, oh, this again. You know, I've seen this show like a million times.
I kind of want to use that as a reaction image. I'm not even gonna lie.
It would be a very strong reaction image.
The best, like, you motherfuckers. Like,
But yeah, what's interesting is, yeah, basically, Hana said finally, like, once they start ramping, they continue to kind of ramp up. Like, I think Miyuki gets specifically red-faced at one point, and then Hana's just like, for fuck's sake, okay, will you two stop?
yeah, and it sort of comes to a head when they start hearing, crying, like a baby crying.
Yeah, then they
And-
hear the crying, and keep in mind they are in like what's basically like a area just specifically for trash. This kid,
Yeah.
yeah, that's so their perspective. Yeah, the baby is specifically among the trash, and their perspective is just like, oh shit. Like you get the impression all three of them are like, oh shit, we shouldn't be hearing what we're hearing now, and they know what they're gonna find. Yet, despite that, yeah, it is exactly what it is. It's like, yeah, it's a baby. Like it's clearly been abandoned as far as they know. And
Yeah.
actually, I think their expression there is another good one.
Yeah, no, it's one of them. It's literally the inciting incident is fighting that little child.
Yeah, but I don't know. They just have such like a specifically like horrified expression.
Hang on,
It's
I
like
found that
it's
one.
a
Oh, I already
scratch-
got it. I already got it, Art.
Boo.
it's just a ridiculously you're taking Art's job. You're taking jerk.
Yeah, I know. I can't believe it.
Yeah,
This will
well,
not stand.
at least I'm not depriving him of income because I don't pay him.
No, unfortunately. We should unionize.
Oh, we'd be giving you filthy British currency. Like what?
Yeah,
No,
that's
no,
true.
wait.
Paying you in biscuits or whatever.
Yeah, that expression on all three of them. That's the interesting thing. As pessimistic as Jin is, and as pessimistic as Miyuki kind of is, both of them are equally horrified as
Yeah.
Hana, I would actually say.
Jin would even Jin even says later on, it's like, hey, I've been homeless a while. I've been in this situation. I had a life before this. I at least have the memories of a life before the circumstances I was in. This kid was born into them. Like,
Yeah, and uh, yeah, though that's the particular interesting thing too, because then you'll I think this is probably one of the few things I'd read. Well, we do get this, but uh, because yeah, they are kind of like, oh shit, uh, we have to. This is something what we shouldn't be dealing with. And the funny thing is, you get the immediate reactions of the characters, where Jin is just like, oh fuck, what the fuck do we do? And Hana's like, oh my god, we've been blessed with a baby.
I immediately like, well, this one's mine.
Yep, this is mine. I'll take that.
I love Hana to death. She's the best, but it's like it's so funny to me. Just like, now my baby. Now the other's like, we live in a box.
Yeah,
Like,
Jin and Miyuki are absolutely correct when they say that they should
just
be.
bring it to the police or like a fire department or whatever. I don't know if
Yeah.
bringing babies to the fire department works the same way in Japan as it does in the States.
I would assume so.
Is that the same?
Oh,
that the
yeah,
same in Japan?
this is actually, though, you were saying this. This is actually one of my favorite lines, probably, in the thing. It's like, how old was I when I started living like this? 30-something?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And Genie's like in his, what, 50s now, maybe?
He's at least in it. Well,
Well,
his kid was a child when he left.
he
So,
says at one point in the film that he had a kid when he was 20 and the kid is 21 now. So it would make him 41.
yeah.
I can do math.
Nice. I can't.
Yeah, but he says, I still thought that I was better off than a child with no home. Like, that's that.
Yeah.
Which, you can also transfer this again to Miyuki. That's probably why he took in Miyuki in the first place.
Yeah. He knows that it's like, he knows that if nothing else that a kid shouldn't be in this situation because he knows how harsh it can get.
Yeah. They shouldn't be in this situation alone, so they should at least be around people who know the ropes, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah, because that is kind of the thing. As much as kind of Jin is a bit of an asshole, he is also like he has the viewpoint that he's here because of his own choices and his own decisions.
Yeah, he's, as much as he'll lie to other people about it, he will never lie to himself about it.
Yeah.
Well, no, because even his story, had him at fault. It just was more sympathetic.
Yeah, it was something you could actually like feel sorry for a little bit more than what actually happened.
Well, yeah, because at least then he has a sympathetic reason for doing what he did, as opposed to.
I actually love the like kind of fake out that it was, because like it was this super sympathetic backstory, and then I was like, when I first watched it, I was a little like, it's weird that we're getting this so early on. It feels like this kind of backstory that would be revealed like at the halfway mark, and then it keeps getting like sort of detangled, and you're like, oh, this motherfucker.
Yeah, yeah. It's an interesting sort of transition, the way they do that, but because a lot of the time, one of my least favorite story tropes is kind of when just the person just gives their whole like history and backstory unprompted, and it's kind of subverted here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, after like a while of like fucking arguing about it a little bit, and Hana being like, "My child," eventually she is. They get to a healthier outlook of like. Eventually, Hana's like, "Look, I was abandoned as a kid. I want to like, make sure we find this kid's parents, and then see. I'll look them in the eye, and then if they don't take it back, I will just bring him to the police, and that'll be it. We'll wash our hands of it." And they are like, "How the fuck are we gonna find this kid's parents?" And then Miyuki, by the grace of God, had a key that was found with the baby to a locker.
Yeah, but also wait. I'm going to slot in another thing, another
Oh no.
image that I think illustrates Hana's position perfectly. There we go.
Yeah, it's a Christmas present from God. I love how unhinged that image looks.
That's
Yeah, that's why I wanted to grab it.
It's entirely the tooth gap. That's the only thing that if she had all her teeth, it would be
No,
like,
no,
oh,
no.
well, just a moment.
The eyes, I think too. Yeah, Hana
Yeah,
does have a bit of the crazy eyes.
yeah, a little bit, yeah.
I also want to point out this weird thing that happens that Boy pointed out.
Which
Sent the
specifically?
picture in the chat. The
Oh,
two
okay.
people who get wiped out by the fucking.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Dude, I had to take like a 15-minute break when watching this because it just absolutely killed me.
What do you
When
mean? They're future. They're isekai protagonists.
So to
I was
give the audience here a little bit of a, because we already told you it's spoilery, so if you don't want to miss that joyous moment, go ahead and just skip this. But what happens is, like, while they're talking about how blessed and lucky they are, Hana is like getting to a crosswalk. They're yelling at her. She turns back to like, "Hey, this is a blessing from God. You will not take this from me. I with this my entire life." And then a couple walks to the halfway to the street and just get absolutely fucking beamed by a car.
I'm
They
like,
never acknowledge this.
I'm like looking
Now,
at the scene to see if we get any like reaction from Jin or Miyuki actually, because they would have been looking.
No,
now
no, I don't think we do.
we
I
don't.
I
I
hope
don't
we
think
don't, at
so.
least, because it's so much funnier if they don't. It is like
This
a thing that happens. There's a weird road rage problem in this movie because this isn't the only unexplained fucking crash that happens.
this
It's not.
might make sense that it happens. Because they do this whole thing about like obviously the baby is a gift from God, and some things happen later on where characters manage to be saved from horrible things that might have happened to them. So I'm wondering
Yeah.
if it's because they're talking about the baby, she turns to talk to them. Maybe it saved her from getting hit by the car.
I think
Well,
that's
there's
well.
straight up moments.
I do think that's the so even early on before that specific scene, while they're trying to convince Hana, there's a point
Oh,
where
that's right.
yeah, there's a point where paint is spilled and it misses all three of them because of this conversation basically.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that happen in this movie that it's like unexplained coincidences that help the party more or less.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
Good luck,
and it's
bro.
like,
I do buy the narrative. There's some degree of luck to the child.
yeah,
Yeah.
well, I mean, it's pretty clear. Like this, what surprised me about this movie is how much like, and I'll just say there's a lot of religious allegory here, like in a weird way. There's like a lot of like unexplained thing, even especially at the end, which we'll get to that later, but at the end when certain things happen. Um but yeah, there's just a lot of little like effectively miracles that have happened in this movie that it's like, yeah, you can't really explain it any other way.
And there's three of them and a baby.
Three of them in a baby.
Very, very
Yeah,
life of Brian. I
yeah.
mean, very Jesus.
Yeah. Life of
Well,
Brian.
yeah. I think the idea is that do feel like there's a degree that they want to ape the idea of like the three wise men to an extent.
You mean two wise men. But yeah. Well, actually no, right, I see two wise men, but whatever. I don't, number doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Six.
so there's the before, and let me see if the after I'll put after, which is the after that art
Yeah.
thing. So there's the before, and here comes the after.
Yeah, and she's like, you would never abandon a child. And yeah, just randomly. I was like, I missed it a little bit when I first watched it because I was like,
They
yeah, you tell him, Hana. And then bang!
yeah, they just get fucking taken out.
I mentioned I saw it when I watched it with Rangi, and I was going to mention it, but I was like, maybe I was seeing things. Maybe that didn't really happen.
That's what I thought when I first watched it. It was so fucking funny. It was just randomly, and none of the characters, even the ones that actually saw it happen, never acknowledge it. And
Like,
like on one hand, they're blessed by it not happening to them, but it also kind of feels like God going like, "You best go on this fucking quest."
the most we get is that guy in the background of the shot on the right. The most we get is he looks up like, "Whoa, that just happened."
Steady on, like
I'll get a picture of him. That's the only reaction we get. Is
oh fuck, it's so
is,
funny.
is that? Whoa.
It's like what was
Maybe that happens a lot in Tokyo. I don't know.
that? I will never go to Tokyo. Just well, not only because I can't afford to, but also because like I never want my idea that Tokyo is just constantly being invaded by giant dinosaurs slash Gundams. Oh,
True.
sorry,
Well, you could always just
mobile
you could
suits
always,
for actual people watching anime.
you could just say that it just didn't happen whilst you were there. You got lucky.
Yeah, visited at a good time of the year.
Yeah. There's like seasons for these things.
There's a trend of videos on TikTok that kill me, where it's just um, people reacting to like the transform Michael Bay Transformers theme playing in the background, and like it's just like my Honda Civic transforming, and then like, well, no, it was like fucking getting like the getting beaten to shit because I tinted his windshields or whatever, and he can't see.
Oh no. I need to see it one more time. These people getting hit by this car. It's so.
It's so
It,
funny.
it shouldn't be as funny as it is. It's just because it's so fucking
Dude,
sudden.
it's the fact that there's no like if there was any reaction, it wouldn't be as funny as it is. It's the fact that no one acknowledges it. Even
Nobody
when like
cares.
crazy shit happens later, the characters react to it. This is the one where it's like even Gene and Miyuki who see it are like, that's not important.
Yeah, moving on. We got shit to do.
We gotta figure out this baby.
Oh, we didn't mention that they give the baby a name, which I can't
Yeah,
remember.
what's the name they
Right
picked
now.
again? I don't quite remember.
Is it Kyoko?
I
I'm
think
really
so,
bad
yeah.
at. I'm very, very bad at
I'm
pronouncing
looking it up.
Japanese names.
Just so I don't fuck it up. I saw this movie today, so I should know it.
Yeah, so did I, so you think I'd remember too. Especially because, I mean, spoilers, but it's a name that comes up a lot in this movie.
Yeah, because I believe Kyoko. Um, meaning pure child. Um,
Oh.
and yeah, it comes up because spoilers. Jean's daughter is named Kyoko as well.
And if I remember correctly, this will also come up later. The guy that they get the lift from, the guy that they save under the car, his daughter is also called Kyoko, I think.
Yeah, it's a name that comes up 3 times because rule of three.
Oh my god. That means, if I remember correctly, rule of three, that means that that name is hilarious now.
Yeah, exactly.
But don't say it 4 times, whatever you do.
But yeah, what else happened? Yeah. Okay, so that after they get the key, figure out what to do,
Oh,
they
what? Wait, didn't they find documents? Could the name Kyoko not have been on the documents?
no, they just called her Kyoko.
Yeah, Hannah comes up with it.
Yeah.
Hannah? Yeah.
But
Hana,
yeah, sorry about that. But yes, we get the people getting isekai'd, and then yeah, you get the naming of Kyoko. You see, that's why no one reacts to it. It's like, oh no, it's fine. They're in another world as an automobile or something.
Fucking anyone can get East God, no one to say.
True.
Yeah. So at some point they go check the locker, and I believe they get the name of a bar that the parents seem to have frequented, as well as some photos of the parents.
Yeah.
Which is also a moment that soup kitchen workers.
Actually, one of the funny things with the Kyoko line though, because Miyuki kind of shit talks the name, and Jin gets upset. Because Miyuki is like, "What's that? That's lame." And then Jin's immediate response is, "Kyoko's a fine name."
It's like it's super defensive, but yeah, no, like I do love the moment they're at that locker, and again that like the soup kitchen worker sees Hana with the baby is like, no fucking way.
Yeah. I have with that. I have another screen cap because I don't like playing video because I can't get away with it because obviously Japanese corporations are
they are airtight.
They're very trigger happy with copyright, but screen caps I can get away with.
Brother, look in the chat. Hana's troll face.
Wait, what's in the chat? It's not showing.
Look in there, motherfucker. What the fuck?
I'm looking in there. It's not. Wait. What's the?
Yeah.
Okay, that chat. Face. I thought you meant the YouTube chat.
No, you moron. It's Hana's troll face. It's so funny.
Okay.
It's not just that, it's Miyuki in the background just with this shit.
She's like, for fuck's sake.
I love that Hana has a giant grin.
So the image I was talking about was this. Why so sensitive? Old girlfriend with that name.
Oh, yeah. Well.
And then the other image is there. There you go. There's Hana's troll face. That's an emote.
Oh my god,
right
it's
there.
so good. And that has to be an emote. That's something I just got away with some shit face. Right?
There's so many great shots in this movie.
I'm also making sure, real quick, something, but
every time I go forward or back 10 seconds in the film, I get a new amazing image.
Well, I think that's something. The characters are extremely expressive in this movie.
Yeah, it's kind of
a lot conveyed, and that's kind of probably why Art, you said you didn't appreciate it nearly as much until the second viewing. I think.
Yeah, I think it that does take some getting used to the way the characters react to things, but then once you're used to it, you're kind of like you're really into it. You get into it.
Well, yeah. One of the things that I really like too is Hana has a big habit of storming off in like a dramatic way.
Very theatrical.
Well, yeah, Hana gives like the peak theater kid vibes.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, 100%. They are straight up the theater kid that will bring up that they were a theater kid all the time.
Yeah, well,
every theater kid.
Doesn't she literally sing The Sound of Music?
Yeah, she does. At one point, she sings The Sound of Music.
But yeah, so the funny thing with this scene where they're in the actual basically what seems to be where they live is you get Hana freaking out because the baby is crying and she has no idea what the fuck to do.
She's trying to comfort the baby.
Miyuki seems to be trying to ignore it, and then Jin is the one who steps up, and he seems to immediately know what to do, and he even calms down the baby pretty quick.
Yeah, he turns out to be quite good at it. Quite good at looking after the kid.
Oh,
Oh my
Yeah.
almost like
god!
he's done this before.
Yeah, which is yeah. Uh,
I'm fucking telling you
and
every
it's a
single
really
time.
sweet. Yeah, it's actually a really sweet scene because we get a bit like as much as Hana is excited to care for a baby, they don't really know what they're doing.
Well, yeah,
No, they're sort
Hana
of
doesn't. Yeah, Hana, because Hana's the. Like I said, Hana is not the realist of the group. Hana is the optimist. And unfortunately, that also means that they are the type that's probably prone to getting in over their heads.
Yeah,
Well, Jin is like, well, no, obvious. Jin. I get the impression Jin is probably the oldest of the group.
I
He's
think
out.
so.
I
Yeah.
could. Yeah, I could see him and Hana being around the same age, but I would say that yeah.
Yeah, well, I can at least believe that Jin has been homeless for longer.
That makes sense, I think,
Yeah, that's
because yeah,
he's because
circumstances.
he's a lot more jaded,
Yeah.
and yeah, you. It's funny, you get the two of them shouting at each other again, and Jin is saying, "No, we're taking her to the police. We can't." Basically, and Jin's point is, "We can't even take care of ourselves. Do you think we can take care of a baby?" Which is a very fair point.
It's a very fair point. Although he doesn't do a terrible job in this scene, at least.
No, but well, that's the interesting thing is, uh, he clearly is the only one who even vaguely knows how to take care of a baby, and
Yeah.
and the fact that but I think that a lot of it is he feels like he is going to he would drag down the kid, and I do feel like part of this is also him kind of fighting with the guilt of leaving his own family, but that is the reveal we get later.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
definitely
Yeah,
wrapped up in this.
I think that's another reason probably why it's better on a second viewing, because once you have the information of what his actual background for, uh, a lot of these earlier seeds like make a lot more sense in character.
yeah.
Yeah.
I like moving on from the sort of the earlier scenes a little bit because I think we've been on that for a while. Uh, I like later, like when they're trying to find this club that these parents frequented. Um, I love that when they're like going over the art. Well, actually, no, they don't do that first. They go to the cemetery first. Yeah.
That's
Yeah, because they get on the
that's a ways
train
away.
and they get on the train
Is it?
and they see
Yeah.
no, sorry, Miyuki. I'm fucking terrible at pronouncing Japanese
Miyuki.
names. See their father on the opposite train.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, and then he's like, nope.
that's another big thing, because but actually, wait, we skipped one of the most important scenes, which is Jin telling Hana what his totally real backstory is.
Oh yeah.
It's
Yeah,
true.
so before we get to that, we need to cover that, because that's an important scene. But yeah, Jin seems to very much know what he's doing with the kid, and what's interesting is once the two of them step out of the tent and whatever, or once the two of them are alone, that's when first of all they're stressing. Jin is stressing, like Hana's relented and been like, okay, fine, we'll take the baby to the police in the morning. Like Hana's actively relented on this. Uh, but also you get, because once they're alone, because they sent Miyuki to get water. That's when you get Jin giving Hana his supposed backstory, which is
Yeah.
so I'm just trying to scroll. Oh, you also get the scene with the other homeless people, who mention that Miyuki is known as his Jin's spoiled princess, which yeah, Jin is definitely protecting her.
Yeah, we already went over that. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying that's when we get that scene, and
Yeah.
yeah, this is where we get it. They both talking. They're both talking about their backstory, and yeah, Jin's when you cut from that scene, you get Jin saying, "I was married once," and Hana's like, "No, don't tell me. I don't like sad stories." Basically, but then Hana also really wants it.
Yeah. I'll
But
be right. You keep going. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom.
But yeah, well, it's also clear that Jin does want to talk to somebody about his story, but he lies here. Yeah, but yeah. So Jin's talking about how a child's the only thing you hold dearer than life itself, and yeah, basically, yeah, he does confirm he had a kid, and he confirms it was a daughter.
And he confirms, in air quotes, that it died.
Yeah, that their daughter, quote unquote, died of an incurable illness, and well, actually, he says that he was a cyclist that threw a race to save their
Yeah.
daughter.
There's
'Cause-
like little bits of things that are like ever so slightly adjacent from the truth, and then just flat out lies.
well, no. Well, this is the funny thing. He said he knew a person that was in on a scheme, and he threw a race. That's not necessarily untrue. It's just the reason that they were in on the scheme was probably because he was betting with them.
Yeah. And then what was it? He says he's a bicycle racer, and it turns out he
Yeah.
owned a bicycle shop.
Yeah. Well, yeah, basically the whole thing is, yeah, when you learn the actual truth of the story that Jin is telling, he's dramatizing it, and while his story doesn't make him necessarily the good, well, it makes him almost more of a victim, like a victim of circumstances, and then you learn the truth later on should I talk about that now, or should I talk about that? I think
We'll talk about it later. Yeah, because here's the thing. I've been a little bit trying to move us along a bit quicker, only because it's the dead hours of the night for art.
Yeah, alright, yep, that's fair. Let's get. I mean, I told Art that this would probably go a while.
Well, yeah, but we gotta be considerate, you know?
Yeah. Hey, well, it's funny actually looking at the words that he gives. He says he was something of a bicycle racer.
Well, that's fine. Though. He's saying the whole truth. He was something of a bicycle racer.
Yeah. I'm just scrolling through to see if there's anything else, but it's very much them kind of fumbling, trying to take care of the kid, because which I think is important because a lot of it gives not only more character, but you understand them getting an attachment, more their bond kind of increasing. This is what actually happens though: is Miyuki wakes him up because Hana and the baby are gone.
Yeah.
There is one little moment I like though, where before that happens, where she's like, Hannah's like, "I'll give the baby the milk," and then she just keeps talking to Jin for ages.
Yeah, or she's like just teasing the baby. It's like, "Oh, I'm going to feed you. Drink deep," and yada yada. It's like, and then just like, just feed her the fucking milk, dude.
Oh my god, Jin is the most memeable character in this. I will say
he's literally the Samuel L. Jackson meme of stairs motherfucker.
Well, no. Actually, Hana is probably the best expressions, but Jin has the best like expressions as far as like I'm fucking done with this shit.
Yeah, he's just he's definitely one of my favorite characters, just because he has that like he's probably my second favorite after Hana. I love all of them though. I love every character that we see.
And I love that like the never Hana face.
With a few exceptions, there are a few characters that I'm like, oh, these are like I like that it shows that these aren't all good, they aren't all bad characters for the most part. There's only a few characters we see that are like, oh, these are sons of bitches. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Most
The f-
characters you can sort of see why they are in the place they're at and why they do the things they do.
yeah. Uh,
Oh, yeah, that is yeah.
but
That
yeah,
is a good Hannah.
yeah. So Hana's missing along with the baby, and Jin gets waken up by Miyuki. And they both don't. Well, it's what's interesting is that neither of them have considered like, oh well, fuck it, we're wash our heads of this. No, they go looking for Hana because they're like Hana's making a mistake.
Yeah, they know that
Yeah. Well,
Hannah's probably making a very bad mistake, so they need to pull her back onto the right path.
yeah, because Hana is kind of the
As far as I know.
yeah, like Hana's the impulsive one of the group.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah. But Anna actually has a, I wouldn't say good idea, but a noble idea at least of
Yeah.
of like, look, like I mentioned it earlier, but it's like, look, I get it. This is not sustainable for a child. They should probably be in a better home, whatever. I want to at least find this child's parents, look them in the eye, and if they don't get their reasons for why ever the fuck they did this,
Well,
and we'll see.
you learn more about too why Hana has that perspective later on. Because well, actually, even here, Hana mentions that they never knew their real mother.
Yeah, and like they don't know how their mother would think of her, specifically being a transgender woman. Uh, like they don't know.
Yeah, but
It's a thought that's in their mind, permeating all the time, and so it's like this kid should at least have a chance.
yeah, the specific line you get at least in the subs I saw, which I think are actually the subs for the English dub, because I watched this on a totally legitimate site, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Legalmovies.com.
Wait a minute,
And
you own the fucking movie.
no, actually, I was gonna buy I bought the physical copy, and then it got delayed to the point where Amazon sent me a notification of like, "Hey, do you want to cancel this? Because we need your approval to send it." Which told me, "Oh, okay, so I'm not getting this until like next
Yeah,
year."
June. Like
Yeah. Well,
that's the kind of price you pay for ordering in December, isn't it?
yes, it is. So I canceled it, and that's why when I did my watch party, I just did it through a totally legal site. Don't worry.
Yeah, I love totally legal sites where I get all my movie watching experiences.
Yeah. Art knows. But actually, I'm probably going to use that
Yeah,
totally legal site in the
yeah.
future.
Yar har hiddly dee. We're
Yo.
searching for the One Piece, guys. Don't worry about it.
True. I do like my One Piece.
Well, anywho,
But yeah, either way, the line is, "But I'll bet if she saw me now, she'd flip." Basically, that's the interesting thing. Jin knows that what they are, is, isn't necessarily normal. Like they aren't like delusional to the point of being outside of reality, because they are like, look, I know what I am is weird, and also, given you see Jin's kind of background, uh, is it a raised thing, or is it just a legitimate thing? We don't really know, but it doesn't actually matter because Jin does live their best life, and in fact, we know
Hana,
Jin was married,
Hana.
or
Is he?
not Jin. Yeah,
Yeah.
my brain mixed them up. Hana. So we know Hana. Whether however they became the way they are. First of all, well, yeah, they were given up as a kid, and then they were happy and they were married actually at one point, is an implication later in the film,
Yeah.
and then said person died.
Yeah. And it's they're like they're the tragic thing too there is it's just it was an accident.
Yep.
It wasn't like because when we'll get into that. We'll get into that. I'm going off on a tangent. Um
Oh yeah, no, we'll get into that when we get there. But either way, the point is that this is very clearly a sore spot for Hana. It's not like they're just acting delusional. Uh,
Yeah, they
this is
know what
where
they.
this is where it's revealed there's something deeper here when it comes to Hana, and that's something I like is all of the three main characters do get something, even if they all get resolved.
Well, yeah, it's a very real thing. Even though it doesn't always, like, not every little thing in their life gets resolved, it makes sense, but you also get the impression that they will be okay.
Yeah, because this is another line that Hana has. I don't want them shunted from one foster home to another without even a single memory of ever being loved.
Yeah, and it's sad. And that's kind of where the two, the two curmudgeons are like, fuck.
Yeah,
I-
yeah.
It's just motherfucker. Like they go to help Hana. I mean, in fairness, Gina's like, where the
Oh.
hell would we even go to look? And then Miyuki's like, hey, I have this key, and presumably it is. It is like,
No,
fuck.
actually,
God
wait.
damn it.
This is interesting too. Jin's reaction isn't even like kind of trying to. Jin's reaction is they must have had reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which knowing his story and everything, it's like, oh.
Have their reason.
There is a potentially deeper meaning to that.
Yeah. And yeah, so sorry that I've been kind of jumping here and hither and tither, but like, yeah, at that point, they get into it, and that's when
Yeah.
finally Miyuki is like, "Hey, I got this key," and then they, conveniently, and then they
they resolve to try to find the mother because
yeah,
it feels like a lot of it is like Miyuki and Jin are kind of like, okay, well, I think they kind of care a little bit, but also it's like, well, Hana is not going to let this
they're
go.
always kind of trying to convince Hana to just give the baby to the police and let them sort this out.
Yeah, which, by the way, is probably actually the better choice.
Considering what we learn.
Absolutely the best choice, but Hannah's on a mission at this point.
Yeah.
From God.
She's
A mission
mission.
from God.
Fucking Blues Brothers ass, like, mission from God.
And to be fair, given what they encounter, I don't doubt that it's a mission from God.
It does seem
At
like
some point, you can't deny it, given that they cheat death so much in this.
Not even just cheating death, but just the stuff they stumble into, the stuff that they end up having to help with.
I like the idea that this is a, like, not actually, but the idea that this is a Final Destination movie where death is just getting progressively more pissed off.
Well, this is another thing with the locker. Their response is, "Oh, we'll have to pay again," and it's like the next line is, "This year is determined to drain every last cent."
Yeah.
One of the other lines is, "What if we find another baby? They don't toss them out in two."
yeah.
It's like such an irrational worry, but it's also like, well, we found one.
Just the idea there's another baby stuffed in the locker.
It's like, is this a breadcrumb trail?
Weirdest scavenger hunt ever.
But yeah, so yeah, they go into the locker, and then we do see a number of stuff. Some of the stuff looks like, well, it's interesting because it's not like, I don't know what that is, but there's like shirts and stuff that seem like extra shirts, but one of them is like this weird, like ugly, like leopard print.
Yeah.
Shirt. You get a bottle of bourbon is in there. You got CDs.
Toothpaste, sunglasses.
Yeah. What looks like probably a porn mag.
I don't know if it's one mag or like a... yeah, maybe it is.
Yeah, I was looking at the image of it. Luckily, it's not actually explicit, but I'm gonna put it on screen just in general because I think it's probably even if it's not a porn mag, it's like you know what it exists for. Uh, Hold on, wait.
Gentlemen's special interest literature.
Yes, exactly. Obviously, they read it for the articles.
Clearly, the bodacious articles.
Oh yeah, great set of
Yeah.
articles in there.
Yeah, both of them.
Yeah,
I'd say that there is more than two articles. There's probably more. That seems like a thick. That seems like a thick magazine. There's probably more than two articles in there.
Well, well, like Total Recall articles.
True. Also, I like that it looks like it's bookmarked.
Yeah, this man was reading the fucking porno mag so often that he had a section of his favorites.
listen, that was a particularly good article. Okay.
It gets the job done. Fucking hell. Anywho,
But they find another key. Oh, you get Miyuki saying, "Look at these panties." So it's one of those things where it's like there's an assortment of things, and it's very sus. But you do find the actual picture. That's one of the big things you find is the pictures.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
business
pictures of
cards
his family.
for the business cards, including the ones which all seem to be for the same bar.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just like I think it was like a host bar or something.
Yeah, it is a hostess bar. Well, it's
Yeah.
interesting because it seems like Hana is flustered by this, which we actually know why.
We learn, yeah.
Because Hana's like trying to talk them out of going there.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. But they
Just,
don't
just
exactly
for
have
a
any other leads.
briefly.
So.
Well, Hana goes like, it's not going to be open. And then this is when they're on the train. And what's particularly interesting about the train is, yeah, everyone's like either covering their nose or got thing covered,
Yeah.
and everyone's kind of got like a scornful look at the three of them.
Yeah, like they're not all. Well, I mean, they're always noticing that they're homeless, obviously, but they're not always in like. They're not always caring about how that like other people are perceived because they're homeless. Like
Well,
they know how other people are looking at them. They stop caring after a while.
But also, you gotta remember that at the end of the day, they paid their train fare like anyone else, as far as we know.
Yeah, I mean they're like they're doing that. They're not doing anything wrong.
Yeah, they're not necessarily doing, but this is kind. I think this is where part of the theme comes, where it's like the Tokyo's attitude towards the homeless. I think is a major sort of part of the theming.
Yeah, because like homelessness is an issue in a lot of places, especially in the States. We're not gonna, pretend otherwise.
Oh yeah, boy, you and
but,
I, not mentioning anywhere specific, but you and I have been to places.
Yeah, my work takes me all over where I live, and it can get really bad, and it's like it's a really depressing thing, and like, but it's horrible. Like a lot of people who either whether they get themselves into that situation or they
or they
circumstances
end up, circumstances result in it.
Yeah, it's tragic no matter how you look at it. And the difference from what I've seen, and I can't confirm this, we've never been to Japan, is that Tokyo seems to have like it's a very there can be some very hostile people when regards to the homeless, and
even if it's not true in reality, we do know that that's confirmed in this movie as far as the Tokyo we see in this movie.
Yeah, the people we see in the movie tend to be very hostile. I can't speak to how culturally it is in reality. Japan, I mean,
Uh,
obviously, anime tends to exaggerate some things.
I was gonna say I
Um,
can believe there's a grain of truth here, without having been to
yeah,
Japan, because
yeah.
just for as somebody who watches a lot of anime, you do see kind of a bit of a cultural attitude towards the idea of the homeless, but also
Yeah,
outside of that, outside of the anime thing, just in general, well, it's one of those things where I do think there's an extent of that everywhere, where like even if people don't want to be as overt as this movie is, like you see a homeless person, yeah, you I don't know about you guys, but I don't necessarily, as much as sympathetic as the situation is, I also look at it as there is a level of it being a nuisance to deal with.
I can get like it's an uncomfortable thing to like admit that you don't want to deal with it, but
Well,
and
yeah,
I try to if I see some like I see a homeless person outside a store or something, I like to think I will try to get them food or waters and the help them situate themselves,
I
but it's
won't.
also like I will, um, but and it's the kind of thing where it's like I believe in charity and I believe in goodwill, and it's something you kind of have to like. It does. This movie will make you think about your attitude towards certain things. I'll say that much.
I definitely do feel a lot more sympathy. Uh, but I don't know. It's one of those things where with this situation with the train too, you also you also get the beginning of Miyuki's storyline. Because
Yeah,
yeah, you get her suddenly
Mm.
reacting to somebody she sees across at the train, which is the first of like the really big conveniences from after they've like found the child at least. But it I feel like this also works into, I think there is an extent to which the child is a, I don't know if I would say good luck charm, but I would say there's something more going on, and I think the movie wants you to like view a sort of divine
which
Yeah,
is
I
right.
think so.
surprising given that there is a lot of like specifically Christian motifs here, or and like which is surprising given that there's not a massive amount of like I don't
Uh,
believe Christianity. I don't know if it is now, but or how much of this is legit. But there's not a
Christianity
massive
has a
amount of
very interesting sort of history in Japan. I actually recommend
yeah,
people look it up because there's specific like is very oh there's this is actually going to come up when I do Samurai Champloo, but there's the very specifically interesting history of Japan and Christianity.
yeah. But I meant
Oh yeah,
more so
watch.
Nowadays.
Oh
I don't know how much.
I Art was
Can I
about to
talk?
give a
Can I talk?
wait. Hold on, Art was about to give a movie recommendation. I think that I probably haven't
Yes,
seen.
Oh, sorry.
but if you want a movie about the history of Japan and Christianity, watch Martin Scorsese's movie Silence.
Be warned, it's really fucked up.
It is.
Oh, okay.
Any
I'll probably have to watch that.
anywho, like I was saying, sorry for that. And like I was saying, I don't believe Japan is like has a massive Christian
Uh,
population nowadays. So
according
it's
to
like
Wikipedia, it's 1% to 1.5%.
yeah, but I mean, as reliable as Wikipedia can be. You know what I mean?
Well, this is also based off numbers from 2022 too. So
Yeah, whether or not that has increased or decreased, who knows?
yeah, well, that is the thing. Like, I can believe those numbers. That's
Yeah, same.
because
I can
I
believe it.
know that at least are sects of Christianity in Japan, and there are sects of Christianity in Korea.
Korea, I think is it's bigger than Japan. I think, yeah,
From what
I
I
think
know, yeah.
Korea's pretty big.
Uh, but yeah, Japan has very interesting like uh history with Christianity because well, Japan's history, a lot of it is also that they were trying to specifically combat Western influence for a long period of their time. to the point where there was a period where they actually were hunting down Christians, and one of the tests they would do to test if people were Christian was have them step on a depiction of Jesus on the cross.
Yeah, which is a big. Naturally, if you're a Christian, big no. Don't do that. Like, obviously.
That is something that happens in silence.
Yeah, it's something that happens in Samurai Champloo too.
Yeah, and it horrifying history aside, because it's
Yeah.
it's fucking haunting what happened to a lot of these Christians. Whatever you believe about Christians going over to a place and trying to, uh, integrate people into their faith or whatever, however you want to describe it, torturing and killing them, in my opinion, is maybe not the most rational of responses. I think is a fair middle ground.
Thank you, Art. I was thinking of if I should snip that, but you are the deciding
Anyway,
factor.
this was a
I'm on point
kind of
with
a
this stuff.
random tangent to go off of.
Well, Art has snipped another screenshot
more
for
screenshots,
us.
nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This is why Art is probably my favorite guest, because none of my other guests do this, where they grab visuals they specifically want me to put up.
Pay me.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do it like Art does anyway, so it's whatever.
Okay. So what you do? There's a search bar on your computer. Type in snipping tool.
Oh, I already have. Well, I have that. It's just more like.
I mean, the way I do it is right click on Firefox and go to take screenshot.
Oh shit. Okay, I just use the snipping tool when I do it.
I already know the snipping tool. It's just
Well, like I said before, I usually have the movie going just so that I can like catch stuff that I missed, but I do know the story itself. But yeah.
So I feel like I'm getting talked over a lot. Is my Discord shitty, or is that just us being belligerent?
Well, I hear you fine. So
okay, just making sure.
Art, do you hear him fine?
I do.
Okay, good.
Sweet.
All right.
So we're just belligerent. Gotcha.
But, yeah. So either way, with this situation, yeah. So Miyuki is reacting to having seen some mysterious man across in the train across from them, and you also get on top of that the people kind of calling out the homeless people and like yelling at them to basically get out of the train.
Yes, they flat out tell them that they stink and to shut the baby up.
Yeah, which is just awful behavior.
Well, because it's interesting because you have to imagine what their reaction would be if it was just like a well-dressed woman who had a baby crying.
Yeah, it's like
like like a woman in like clean clothes. It's just looks like the average mother versus like these three fucks.
Yeah, and their reaction would probably be different, and it's like. Ugh.
Yeah,
and
but
it's a disgusting attitude.
It's to the point where you see Miyuki also climbs out of the actual train.
Well, in fairness, that was more to do with the fact that she saw her dad.
Well, yeah, that is. What's interesting is this is another one of those things where you don't actually get any conversation between Jin and Hana. They just immediately go after her.
Yeah, which I love that a lot.
The most you get is once they've caught up to her already, they're like, we wasted our train fare.
Yeah. Yeah, then we get the scene, after a bit of walking, in fairness, then we get the scene in the graveyard.
Oh. Well,
this is also where Hannah sings the Sound of Music.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because this is another one of those like really big character moments. I think is, you get Hana is the extreme optimist of the group. Hana and Jin's response to Hana singing is like, "That's gonna make you hungrier." And when you cut away, Hana is still kind of trying to say the thing, and they say and. she says that she's starving, but she's also still committed to the bit. She's still singing the sound of music.
I love that. She's like, "Go on without me," and Miyuki's like, "Oh, there's a cemetery over there," and Hannah's like, "I'm not dead yet."
Yes. But also, yeah, so they are literally like poaching offerings from the cemetery, which is actually a really disrespectful thing in Japan.
Yeah,
It
but
is,
I mean,
but also, yeah, they're a group of homeless people who, yeah, at the end of the day, they do need it. So there is a level of like, you kind of like, it's a very distasteful thing, especially if you consider culturally within the Japanese people. Like these people would be considered like really bad morally for doing this. But also it is probably it's probably something that probably happens. Like I'd imagine homeless people in
Yeah,
Japan probably do like, yeah, they do probably visit cemeteries and grab like some of the offerings. But it's also one of those things where it depends on how spiritual you are, how bad it is. I mean, there's also a level of respect. These are the people that are like the Also, I'm gonna go ahead and put the drunk gin image for this segment because honestly, I just really like that image as a visual.
it's a it's a very good visual.
Yeah.
I feel like I could just take screenshots of every frame of this movie.
Oh yeah, no, it's a very visually. Honestly, I think that's why it gets better if you see it more than once, because a lot of the visuals will like pass you over obviously on the first viewing, but there's
Yeah,
so much work to the visuals. Also, just the other thing about it is you gotta remember Jin is drunk, but also he was on an empty stomach basically.
oh
yeah,
yeah,
And
he's sloshed.
his immediate response was to go for the alcohol.
which
Uh,
tells you a good bit. Yeah,
I identify with this character.
you shouldn't.
But yeah, Jin is still kind of talking about. Uh, I also think there's a well, oh, there's a lot actually here in this scene too. Let me just scroll back because yeah, Jin has like a proper like rant here.
Yeah, I mean the most messed up line was he said something about like
Well, so his first thing is there's
she'll end up
not.
under one of these stones.
Well, so the first line he says is there's nothing among these offerings for a baby, which is probably true usually. Like they are very lucky to find this, and the fact that they are highlighting this, I feel like it's contrived, but also ties into the theme that there is a divine thread to this movie.
Yeah, there's definitely someone or something looking out for them as they make their way through their adventures.
Yeah. And Jin also says we'll get by. That's what people say until they end up living like us. That
Mm.
and while we keep on saying that, the kid will end up under a stone here. Kyoko,
Yeah,
that's her name, is what Hana says. Yeah, whatever. She's cute. She's pretty, so pretty. I'm paying attention to this. I'm looking for like particular. If you really care about that kid, you'll find her someone to take care of her. Yeah, which is it. This is Jin just talking again. His filter is gone because he's drunk,
Yeah.
and it, well, oh, actually no. This is a big deal, and I miss this line every other time I've watched it. Uh, that's what her uh. So he says, "Well, if I speak from experience." That's what her parents said. I bet.
Yeah.
Mm.
And knowing Jin's history and what knowing that actually is that's very telling.
Well, yeah, he's letting some deeper feelings surface about his own past. He also mentions, he says, "Come on, Hannah, you know that we can't do this."
Yeah, yeah. Jin. Part of this is Jin is the pessimist, but also yeah, it's very much deeper feelings surfacing, and also I feel like he's being very defensive here. You know. He's
Mm.
essentially his pessimism is just hit. A lot of it is when it comes to this situation is him trying to defend his own choices.
Yeah, um, he's speaking to them, but he's more speaking to himself at certain points, prematurely or defending himself against his own actions.
Yeah, and one of the things I like about this is one of those things where this is one of those parts of the movies that ages better the more you see it. Uh,
Yeah, I think so.
Because my first viewing of this, I was always like, "Oh, this is an okay Christmas movie," and then, like future viewings, it's always gotten better and better to me over time. Even though this is like my least favorite Satoshi Kon film, it's still I do actually think it's a 7 out of 10 at this point, but a lot of that is because of a lot of the dialogue is really strong when you like break it down.
Yeah, there's like a lot going on in the dialogues a lot of the time. Like here, where
Yeah,
he's speaking on two different issues at the same time, really.
yeah. Well, and he also this is another thing he points out to you that is a very cultural in nature. He says we're scavenging offerings because we're homeless. Because, like I said, with the whole like Japanese culture thing, yeah, this is actually the lowest of the low. They are the bottom rung of the ladder, and they
Yeah.
are basically doing this because they need to survive.
Yeah, they've been pushed to the point where they're having to do something that would be looked down on quite a bit, stealing offerings from graveyards, but it just shows just how uh out on the wire they are. They just have no other choice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's also a case of like,
oh,
and they're gonna be looked down upon anyway, right? Like,
That's true, yeah.
yeah. And Jin is also like at this point, this is when Jin just makes it entirely clear. He actually says, "We are three good for nothing bums who can't even look after ourselves." This is when he specifically puts it into words. And he's just he's just like you can't get milk out of your teeth. You can't we have no like way of feeding this baby. Uh, what this baby requires isn't something any of us can give. Uh, Basically, it's just full on. Like, there's nothing we can do. The best we can do is hand off this child to the police. Otherwise, they are going to end up under these gravestones. And that is very true. But also, there is a level of him trying to justify to himself uh, him abandoning a family. And it's
Yeah.
buried under the practical arguments almost.
Well, yeah, he's making practical. Well, he's making arguments for why they shouldn't look after the kid, but yeah, buried underneath is the fact that he is trying to defend his actions from his previous life, and there's a little bit of trying to self-justify it a little bit, maybe.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
definitely that. That definitely is. Well, and the funny thing is that another point in that divine thread, they find they find a gravestone that specifically has offerings of like milk, diapers, and I don't know what that third thing is. I assume it's more milk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might have been like, oh, baby powder or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's something of that nature. But basically, there's like I said, there's a divine thread here. I think you can't ignore that within this film. It's very clearly like a thematic component of the film.
Yeah, I
Well,
think so.
and it's established very early on, and I think that's why that scene of the couple getting obliterated by the fucking carrot and the paint too, because I think the idea is like them taking care of this child is providing them good luck, but they don't even notice it, and so there's a purity to it, especially because even Jin and Miyuki, who aren't as or was it Miyuki or Miyumi? But yeah, they aren't
Miyuki, I think.
yeah, Miyuki. Yep, I see it now. Miyuki, they are they're skeptical about this, but they're still doing the right thing because it's the right thing. You know?
Yeah, that at the end of the day, they're not going to just abandon the baby, and they're not going to abandon Hannah. They're going to see it through,
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
because
even though
they
Carol.
care. Yeah, because if they really would, they would have just when Hannah they woke up and Hannah was gone and the baby was gone, they probably would have just ignored it. But this is there's a lot of like early signifiers of later like viewpoints. I think that's why I don't know. I think they were still close to each other before. It's just it gets more obvious as it goes on.
Yeah, they get brought m- more closely together through the events of the movie, or maybe it's this thing of they've been around each other so long,
Yeah,
they're starting to sort of grate on each other, and this sort of reminds them of what brought them together in the first place.
yeah. Either way, yeah. So they leave when they leave the cemetery after having lucked out enough to get the baby supplies. Uh, Basically, then they're like disagreeing on which way to go, and they flip a coin and they start going the way that goes, which happens to be Hana's way. And this is when they find the person pinned under the car. And this is another one of those moments that is like a very moral moment for the characters. Because, like, they have no reason to stop and help this guy. Like, he's clearly better off than them. But Hana and Jin actively work to push the car up the hill in order to save this guy.
yeah, and it's like it's such a they didn't need to do that. Like, and yeah, it benefited them, but they didn't need to help the guy.
Yeah, well, this is the other thing. It's like, this is also clearly a mafia guy. as,
Yeah,
as much as it doesn't specifically say, oh, yep, Lulu also says we're weeps.
well, there
Like,
could be. Wait a minute,
I was gonna
I'm not
say
a weeb.
that's true for two of us. So Art is my prisoner. I have him in a dungeon. I'm forcing him
True.
to do this.
The license plate of his car apparently has a clue that he's Yakuza.
Well, yeah, and well, he also says, at least in the thing, I don't bring my men with me when when I'm visiting the old man's grave, and that's kind of an implication. There's something there too.
Yeah.
The guy
Also, they
himself
kind of
has,
sees up like, uh-oh.
yeah. I don't know the specific Yakuza license plate thing, but I don't
It's
doubt that.
apparently it's his license plate. I'm not going to remember the numbers correctly, but it's 893. Apparently, is is a symbol for Yakuza. I think it said when I looked it up that it's that those numbers are pronounced Yaku and Za.
Ah, no, that could make sense.
Also, the grave where Jin gets the alcohol from apparently has a clue that it is the grave of this guy's father. So that's where he got the bottle of booze from. It was this guy's offering to.
That makes sense, actually. And I can believe, even if that might not be true, I can very much believe that's the case because alcohol is a very, or sake, or alcohol in general is a very specifically like common offering, from what I understand, with uh visiting someone's grave in Japan.
Hmm.
Uh, so yeah. Mm, The I Yo, you're from Kinchicho.
Fuck these names.
I think that's a. I think that's. So I think the idea is that's probably meant to be kind of a. I don't know if it's a real place in Japan, but
Probably.
one
I
of
mean, like, I
well,
will point out.
so one of the main pleasure districts is Kabukicho.
Well, I should point out a lot of the places we see in this movie are actually like real, not even just like major areas, but like real minor areas in Japan. Like there's a park they pass through that is a real park in Japan, or in Tokyo specifically. But you get the idea. That seems to be a big thing with God damn, I'm
Oh,
blanking on his name.
well, wait.
The
This is
director,
also a
the
major.
director. Help me,
Wait, what?
Satoshi Kon.
the director. Yeah, him. I don't know why I just had a brain fart. Uh, he tends to like take a lot of like real world areas and put them in his movies whenever it takes place in a specific area.
That is
Tokyo
fair.
being the major one.
Well, yeah, yeah. I think most of his movies take place in Tokyo, but
Yeah.
it's been a while since I've seen Millennium Actress, so I can't speak on that. And Paprika is the one I haven't seen. Uh, I
It's a bit of a
do
mind fuck.
have I do have uh Paranoia Agent on Blu-ray because I plan to review it at some point. And actually, I was thinking of having Art do that because that's one of the few Satoshi Kon works Art hasn't seen.
I will point out, as a movie, this is probably one of his least like surreal movies, if you know what I mean, like least
Yeah.
psychedelic.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I feel like the godly meta narrative because remember, uh, the so this Yakuza guy is significant because it happens to be that the owner's daughter, or the owner's marrying his daughter right now at this point. So this is still like there's a divine thread through this movie. Uh, it's not just contrivance. That I think it's very intentional that this thread of what you could consider contrivances exists. Oh, hey,
Yeah.
hello, Iron.
Oh
There
no.
we go. There's our guy who made our thumbnail. Also, I still need to plug your channel in the description because I started doing that and then I forgot I was doing that. I'll just do that now.
Hi, monkey. or Mandrill, whatever.
I'll also directly plug your channel in the chat to make up for that. Let me just get your channel link. Yep, there we go. All right. Alright, let me go back to my... So, OBS has a thing for, for chat, but I just don't trust using it, so I'm going to open a window for that. There we go. Alright, I posted a link to Iron Mandrill's channel. Check him out. If you've seen any of my podcast content, he is the person we refer to as the monkey who's constantly late. But you know what? His insight is usually solid, from my experience at least. So he's worth checking out, even if he also is worth beating. Yeah, because, he can't show up. So he can make a thumbnail on time, but he can't show up to a podcast on time. That's beyond his ability.
I'll make. Maybe we should talk shit, given that he makes our thumbnails.
No, I talk shit. Don't worry, he doesn't mind.
He
approved the racism towards monkeys. He agrees he's shit.
Don't say that. You realize? Oh, okay, we're just gonna backtrack on that one and not talk about it anymore.
No, I don't associate with the Rangi channel.
Brother, I will go upstairs and kick your shit in.
Look.
Shut up! I will yell over you if we're not backtracked.
A mandrill is actually a monkey. What do you mean?
I know, but you understand how that sounds.
Yeah, that's the joke.
Oh god, fucking freeze ass.
Oh
my god, you're gonna get me killed.
To answer your question, Mandrill, the weather over here in Britain it's fucking the middle of the night.
Yeah, it's like
we
late.
Should probably hustle then. I was gonna say we should probably hustle then because it is very late for him.
Yeah,
it's
but
10 Celsius, it's nice and mild. There,
technically, isn't early because it's like fucking midnight or some shit.
Yeah, so we also get the undercover Yakuza boss saying that he was one of my men, but I was against it. But basically, like, there is Yakuza ties here.
Yeah, there's certainly like some criminal aspects to these people.
Yep, and also, I'm gonna step away for a bit, but you guys can take point, right?
Yeah, I can get into it a little bit. I'm not gonna be as like hyper into the specifics as you, but I mean, you'll deal.
Yeah, it's fine.
When he comes back for like an hour and 10 minutes through the movie.
And he rants for too long. That's terrible in a fucking stream, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, as it goes on, sort of they're chatting up this Yakuza boss, getting information. They sort of get a little bit of information about the couple and like, oh yeah, you get a little bit of information on the Yakuza boss, marrying the Yakuza boss's daughter, marrying this guy, and how like he specifically was going to his his dad's grave to like be able to like work through his emotions and not cry at the wedding because he doesn't want to ruin this for his daughter, which is actually very sweet.
Yeah, it is.
And
have feelings too.
Yeah, no, it's not always fucking just randomly throwing like beating motherfuckers with other motherfuckers and like I don't know, double suplexing people. I all my knowledge of the Yakuza comes from the video games. I'm not even gonna lie.
Right.
And So eventually, like, they get to this big ass place that's just the wedding, that's a wedding reception, and he just like full on like invites them to his daughter's wedding, and his daughter is cool with it. But there's actually a very specific moment that I like where Gene sees, uh, the bride, and it clearly reminds him of his own daughter, and it's a very emotional moment for him.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's this very sweet moment, and like they're enjoying the reception. They're getting free food, so they're
And
stuffing their faces a little bit. But anyway,
and Jin's getting free alcohol.
oh yeah, they're enjoying themselves. Um, and at some point, uh, you know, Miyuki needs to take the baby because it's her turn to take the baby out and change her. Um, and it's at this point where this movie takes a bit of a turn and
Yeah.
it goes a little bit into mafia fiction because it's at this point where
Wait.
after
I
actually
can, I
I'm
can
gonna
pick
go.
it here where
Okay, sweet.
Jin sees that motherfucker. That guy.
Yeah, he basically sees his bookie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jin sees the guy that he specifically owed money to, and who specifically handled his debts. And Jin, interesting enough, just sees red.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
he's about to bash this guy's head in with a bottle.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of the visual language here is really good. Let me see if yep, art paid off again. Because art does have the visual that I wanted to put on screen.
Oh yeah, I'm very good at getting the visuals. I may not talk very much, but
Well,
I
I
get the
just
visuals.
assume you're looking for the visuals. Yeah, this is the face on Jin. It's so like, oh, it's him. It's like, yeah, he's seeing red.
Yeah, he's ready to kill a motherfucker.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting too is he regrets this later. It's not even just a
Yeah.
regrets this as far as, oh, I feel really bad. It's a regrets this as in, yeah, well, here he's like, that bastard. And the other funny thing is said person is talking on the phone. And wait, let me read off his dialogues actually. And ended up getting screwed in more than one. You know where she is? If it weren't for his damn get-rich-quick scheme, I'd still be with my wife and daughter. So this is not a good guy. The implication is that this is the type of Yakuza guy that when you can't pay your debt, has you like put your daughter or whatever, or has you put yourself, if you're a female, on the adult market.
Okay, in fairness, I don't think it doesn't actually go that far because, in fairness, if that was the case, I don't think we
Well,
we don't get he's that bad a guy. I don't think.
wait, boy, I will send you the subtitles specifically. Give me a second.
Yeah, in fairness, you watched it with some shitty subtitles.
Wait,
in fairness,
okay.
you mentioned.
Well, okay, you remember her, Midori, the skinny broad.
Mm.
And this is when Jin is clutching the bottle. She said her husband was in debt. Then she borrowed more money from us and ended up getting screwed in more ways than one.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this guy is a piece of shit. Like,
Yeah.
it's the whole point is just that I think the reason Jin wanted him to survive is because Jin was trying to kill him, and Jin actually has a moral compass.
Yeah, I feel like it's the kind of thing of like my desire to see him hurt comes from the fact that I regret my own mistakes and I'm trying to move past that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting too, because yeah, Jin is just like full on, I'm gonna kill this bastard.
Yeah, he fully wants it, like, and he's drunk and he's pissed off. And before he gets the chance, as he's raising the bottle,
Yeah, literally as he's mid-swing, somebody takes a shot at him.
yeah, a young Latin American man, which is fucking wild to say,
Well,
an assassin
I was
tries to
gonna
shoot at the
say,
boss.
what looks like a young Latin American woman, but yes, it's a young Latin American man.
Yeah, he takes a shot not at this guy, at the guy's boss, and the guy takes the bullets for him, which is weird. Like, I guess there's some semblance of honor in him, I guess. And and yeah, it's
Well, Miyuki also ends up getting kidnapped, basically, from this
yeah,
situation.
because he takes her as a hostage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because the young woman holding a baby is a very, very good hostage to take.
Yeah, and the guy is not speaking Japanese. He's speaking, like, I think he's speaking Spanish. through the entire
Yes,
thing.
it's Spanish.
Yeah.
And it's such a random plot point. Yeah, because I get why you would have to cross dress, because it's a Hispanic man in Japan. It's not going to be hard to find him. And yeah, they eventually, like, they leave the building, get into a cab, and just veer off, and then Hana and Jean just fucking book it after.
Well, they book it to the point where they're chasing after the cab.
Yeah, and for obvious reasons, they're not catching up. Hana actually gets pretty close, so good on her.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, she's clearly. Well, I think this is another indication Hana's probably younger than Jin.
Oh yeah. It also doesn't help that Jin you get the impression Jin does a lot of heavy lifting in comparison to Hana and Miki.
Hana was also sober.
Yeah, it's also that. Can you imagine the spins that motherfucker got? Jesus.
Yeah, anyone who suddenly had to do something after having drank is gonna, yeah, they're gonna sympathize somewhat with Jin.
And yeah. So Hana, it was Miyuki's like fucking with this assassin, and he's saying stuff in Spanish she doesn't understand.
Hana's calling the police, but the police aren't taking them seriously at all.
Yeah, and it's at this point where Gene's basically like, fuck it. He just gives up. He just slumps down against the payphone, and he's just like, I'm done.
Well, Jin's specific lines, at least with my copy of the subtitles, was, we're homeless bums, not action movie heroes. What we need now is the police. Basically, yeah, Jin has given up. He's like, this is too hard for me. Which, this is another indication of probably why Jin ended up in the position he is.
Yeah, because it's far too willing to give up when the going gets tough.
Yep. Yeah, that is the big thing. It's like, yeah, Jin is literally like somebody who just. It's interesting, especially when you consider that he was a gambling addict, basically.
Yeah.
Basically, like, he's basically just like, okay, well, fate has fucked us over, so there's nothing we can do.
And so him and Hannah.
Yeah, this
go
is
their
when
separate ways.
Yeah, because the two of them have a falling out. Because yeah, they have very different views on it, and it's interesting because Hana's specifically disappointed in Jin. Hana does expect better of Jin because Jin is kind of the as as much as Jin is a bit of a well, as much as all of them are bums and all of them are screw-ups, Jin is kind of, you get the impression Jin is kind of dependable in Hana's eyes, and this is a disappointment as far as Hana's concerned.
Yeah, Hannah has a couple of moments in the film where you can see that she's very expects more of Jin, I think you could say.
Well,
Gets
yeah,
very
and
disappointed.
one of the things I really like is there's no romance. In fact, actually, they almost lampshade the idea that there's any romantic interest there. But
Yeah,
yeah, because when it's brought up, we'll talk about that when it comes up. But yeah, Hana does expect more from Jin, and I feel like a large
yeah,
part of that is the fact that as much as Jin gives Hana shit for who they are, Jin is still around, and Jin is still traveling with Hana and working with Hana, basically.
yeah. There is still has been a considerable like intimacy and care there that there wasn't, that he's betraying in this movie.
Yeah, they're very good friends, and
Yeah, nice, good friends.
well, especially because you do have the fact that even the other homeless people they didn't want to mess with Jin's girl. You know, when it comes to Miyuki, they didn't want to mess with Jin's spoiled princess, as they said.
Mm.
Like, the implication was literally that Jin is kind of a he is the biggest fish at in the shallowest pond, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's
Oh,
funny because
shit.
Jin is almost like, okay, well, what does she know?
This is he kind of spirals a little bit here as well. I think
Oh,
there's a
he
scene where
definitely spirals.
he goes to a I don't know what it is, a police station. He says I need to throw some trash out, and then the guy comes out with a little trash bin, and he's like, I don't know if if that's big enough for me to fit in.
Oh yeah, because it's interesting because Jin just goes full nihilist here. He's just like, yeah, I am trash. I deserve to be thrown away. He's basically taking the stance of, I deserve to die, until he stumbles on another homeless person that's clearly like passed out on the ground, and then that's like, and he's also drunk at this point, but because he has a bottle in his hand, but he's
That
almost immediately like, oh shit, okay, I have to deal with this. That's the
this homeless
interesting. Well,
this homeless guy is dressed very similarly to him as well.
yeah, well, it's interesting because the homeless guy also points out that that Jin reminds him of him when he was younger.
Hmm.
And this is a very much older homeless guy too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And
Screenshot here.
what's the first thing that the homeless guy asks him? It's not to help him get home. It's not to help him get warm. It's not even to get food. He asks him for a drink from the bottle.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
So
mean that's the kind of running joke with this guy. Is like, I have one last request.
yes, they do play that hard. But also, I think the idea of this is it's kind of it's the dark it's Jin facing his future, basically. Like Jin facing his future as far as the path he's on.
Yeah. There's a sort of looking in the mirror kind of aspect to it.
Yeah, it's very visually good. And then as far as Miyuki goes, yeah, you do get the she doesn't know what the fuck's going on. So she's just scared shitless and kind of being dragged along by the lad guy speaking Spanish. It's basically a random Tokyo slum.
Yeah, full she. Well, she says at one point, right before he drags her in the door, like, "Don't sell me into slavery."
Well, yeah, because she doesn't know what the fuck's going on here. I, as far as she knows, and I'd actually be interested to see the subtitle or transcript for what the Spanish words are, because I don't speak Spanish,
Yeah.
obviously.
No,
Uh,
I know a couple of words, but
yeah. Let me put that. Actually, oh, those clothes are very similar.
right.
Let me. I'm gonna put that on screen while we talk about the other scene. So yeah, there's Jin and the older homeless man.
Yeah.
Down to the bags they wear are the same.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I
And
didn't
it's
even
definitely
notice
that kind
that.
of like grim reflection.
Yeah. No, it's almost the same bag. One of them looks a little more worn, but that might be because it's in the foreground. But yeah, uh, they are basically wearing the same outfit.
The only difference is the shirt and the trousers are darker on the older guy,
Yeah, but the
pretty much.
jacket, like the actual layout of the outfit and the
Yeah.
bags are very similar. And uh, another interesting thing is it's very clear that Jin very carefully placed the bottle to his side.
Yeah. Hey, that's
It,
got.
in a, anyone who's been like drunk and like trying to like be careful with a bottle has done this, where you place it farther away from you, so just in case you knock it over. That's
Yeah.
kind of the what the visual implies to me, at least. Uh, but yeah, this is Jin kind of confronting himself in a lot of ways, and I actually really loved the visual of it. But yeah. When going back to Miyuki, yeah, she's like, oh, she's getting sold into slavery, basically, and it turns out not to be that. But before we get the resolution of that, we go to what seems to be where the old man, homeless guy, is staying, and it seems to be like a almost a very well established like homeless dwelling.
Yeah, it's got like well, it's like a makeshift house. So it's got these like, what are these things outside it like? They seem,
They seem to be some kind of like windmill esque contraption. It seems
yeah,
to be just there to. Honestly, I feel like he just put those up because he had the time.
yeah, probably.
And the old man says, "I always wanted to die drunk in a nice old house."
He's
And
halfway there.
he's enjoying the drink, and yeah, he says he's halfway. I'm halfway there now. I'm halfway there. And Jin's response is just fate works in mysterious ways. Well, what's interesting, the old man says, "I'm just trash." Well, this is an interesting thing considering that you had the scene earlier of him asking about the thing about the thing he had trash to throw away. Uh, the old man says, "But I'm just trash, as worthless dead as alive."
Mm.
And Jin's immediate response is, "Don't think that way." But yeah, don't talk like that.
Yeah, it's
And yeah, and
very.
then you get the you remind me of myself when I was younger.
And he gives
Yeah.
him the bag to throw away.
Do we ever learn what's in that bag? I can't remember.
I don't think so.
I think It's implied to be drugs.
Maybe. And then Jin takes them, and that explains the rest of the movie.
Then something else happens after Jin takes it.
Oh yeah, no.
Hardest scene to watch, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, because it does. Well, at first, yeah, he takes it, and then he goes to close the old man's eyes, and then the old man has another request, and it's more booze.
And yeah, the scene where the old man actually does pass away, and it's very clearly the light just literally leaves him.
Honestly, I don't think that's as heavy hitting as the scene right after, when you get what happens after. Well, first off, you get Jin steps out, and then he recognizes a specific landmark. I think it's two specific towers in the background, from in the background of the picture. But this is like a clue. It's another one of those. It's another one of those situations where it's the divine thread. You know, it's very much there's a level of predetermination in this film, and that I think can't be ignored. Like, it's very clearly intended to be like predetermined.
Well, it's very much it's got like a fable quality to it. This movie, in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you could say this is a contrivance, and that was kind of almost what I was viewing it as initially. But then I have to like consider the fact that this is also a movie that's the implication of a god meddling in things is also like it's definitely there.
I mean, by the time you get to like what happens right at the end with it becomes really hard to ignore.
Yeah, like God or some spiritual being at least is clearly guiding them, and it's clearly things are clearly laid out in a way where there is definitely a level of spiritualism to the film. It's not just contrivances.
Yeah, it's an actual like aspect of the plot. It's not something you can just it just happens and you have to like infer or headcanon. It is a very like consistent, obvious theme.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so he recognizes the towers and he's like, holy shit, I know this is a clue. And he's like, thanks, Gramps. And then that's when he realizes, oh, wait, I'm not alone. And you get the youngsters. I think it's just he describes them later as teenagers. So
Yeah,
you
young
get
adults
these.
basically.
Yeah, you get the punk ass teenagers that I guess spend their free time beating the fuck out of homeless people.
Yeah, you get the impression that this is not considering they knew where to go. This is probably not the first time they did this.
No, definitely not the first time. You also get that you also get what happened with Miyuki. But yeah, honestly, the I actually feel like it's more tasteful that they cut away from the people wanting to beat up the homeless people and being like, it's time for the New Year's cleanup. Because I feel like it's another one of those things where the treatment of homeless people in Japanese society is clearly a part of the theme too.
I mean, I looked it up, and yeah, it's almost illegal to beg or sleep on the streets and stuff because like Tokyo is like famously known for anti-homeless or hostile architecture, like stuff that homeless people can't sleep on or anything, and it's really fucked up in my opinion. Because like even if you're an anti-home, like even if you like whatever, like don't that's just cruel, you know? Like that's just a dick move.
My view on it is kind of mixed. It's one of those things where it's so I don't think it's gonna help but I also don't think that it's right to necessarily be like permissive either. So it's one of those like catch
Permissive of
22.
what is my thing.
Well,
Where?
basically,
Oh yeah, where are they gonna go?
permissive of vagrancy. Well, a lot of the because a lot of even these characters, a lot of the problems is internal.
I get what you mean, but if I'm gonna talk about the anti-homelessness architecture, it's like no, I don't accept that as
Well,
permissiveness or vagrancy. Can I get through my point?
I'm saying there's nuance there.
I get what you mean. Can I get through my point?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My point being is that like I think you have to have a degree of something because it's like the anti-homelessness and like vagrancy is like okay, who's it like? What you just not want to see them? Like who's it actually hurting? It's a public space.
Well, I think there's a degree of this so when you're talking about Japan specifically, there's a degree of this that comes through Japanese culture as well. There's a
It's
degree
wrong.
of this where that is like just in general, like if you're talking about more westernized culture, which Japan isn't a western culture, but it's more westernized than a lot of other places.
I get what you
Where
mean.
yeah, there is a degree of like, but there is also a degree of like you're talking about not only a major metropolitan area but a tourist area, and basically even earlier. Remember, Miyuki actually says this. She calls Jin and Hana. Miyuki calls them a burden on society, and their response was, "You're a burden on a burden." So what does that make you?
I get what you mean. I also like there's only so much I'm willing to personally accept it's a cultural difference as an excuse.
Well, I'm not making an excuse. It's an explanation, not an excuse.
I know what you mean, but like still you get what I'm saying, right? Like
Well, I will say I draw the line at randomly beating the homeless.
yeah, I'm glad you do. But I don't know. Call me like overly optimistic or naive if you want. I just like to think that I don't know. I don't want to excuse or explain away so easily not having some goodwill, I guess, or any like
Oh well,
because I'll
yeah.
just say there's so little sympathy for it. And yeah, okay, they get themselves into there's a large case of it being they're getting themselves into some situations, but there's enough cruelty in the world that I feel like
But this is the other thing. It's not like Jin or this homeless guy actually did anything wrong here.
yeah,
These
like harassing
people are just fucking with some random homeless people that have not done anything wrong other than being homeless as far as they're concerned. But
yeah, it's because they can. It's not even because they're homeless. It's just these shitty teens
yeah, it's just
doing
punk
something to
ass
someone
kids.
who no one like. What's the homeless guy gonna do? Go to the cops? It's a case that they know they can get away with it.
Yeah, that is entirely it. But
I apologize
we
in this little rant for getting heated because I don't know. I just it hits a real place with me. I guess.
yeah, we cut to Miyuki, and she seems to be in basically kind of one of the households in the slums, and the baby is being best breastfed by I guess the I don't know if it's supposed to be the
The
wife
mom.
or the mom
It's
or
the mom.
wait,
We
is it
see a
the
we
mom
see
of
a
our boy?
picture. It's we see a picture of the mom and her husband who has died. I'm not that great at Spanish, but it's the husband who died, and I think at some point she does say that the guy is her son. Again, I don't really speak Spanish. I just work with a lot of people who primarily speak it. So there's also it's like funny because
Wait. Look, can you be quiet real quick so I can just listen to this line real quick? I know a
No.
little bit of Spanish, so I'm just trying to listen to the word. Or Oh yeah, she says Nino in reference to him. So
Yeah.
yeah, it is her
I'm
son.
called that at work a lot because I am the youngest and they want to infantilize me.
You are a small baby child.
I am many things, but I am not small.
You are to me.
It's because you're fucking 12 feet tall or whatever.
True. But yeah, basically, yeah, what's interesting is they don't translate the subtitles here, which I think is intentional because the idea is you are kind of approaching it from Miyuki's perspective, and Miyuki has no idea what's going on, but she's at least realized she's not going to be murdered, and something's happening.
Yeah. But yeah, when we cut to the scene where the baby's being breastfed alongside another baby, clearly I think the assassin man's brother or whatever.
I don't know if it's his brother or what, but
Whatever. Yeah.
uh either way, yeah, it's very clear that there is something going on here, and I think there's an implication probably that they were exploited by the mafia guy in some way. But I also think that the reason this is happening is because well, they want to kill or at least nearly kill a certain character in the movie that Jin had a grudge against. Uh, but yeah, and then you cut back to the kid fucking with Jin, which I don't think there's much more we can add to this. It's just
Yeah.
it's these fucking punk ass kids that are pieces of shit.
Pretty much.
And they're beating up Jin, and then one of them gets a phone call, and then they fuck off.
Yeah.
But they also do
Jin.
drag out and try to beat the dead homeless guy.
Yeah, it's very clear they didn't realize he had already passed. But it's also mentioned that they seem to have intended to kill him, which, wow, what sacks of shit. And
Yeah.
I generally kind of want to breeze over this one because honestly, it's just unpleasant. I don't. I like it in the terms of it is a good scene in the movie to showcase something. I don't like it as it makes me feel weird, and I detest the thing that happens to these characters.
This is a very thematically like. This feels like it is a thing of they want to highlight something within Japanese society that existed at the time. I don't know if
Yeah.
it exists currently. I'm not familiar with this in Japanese society either way. Never lived in Japan, and I've never seen random hooligans beating homeless people in the night. It's kind of fucked in general. It's like this shit was happening.
Yeah, it's
But
pretty fucked up.
yeah, Jin is just like because they took I think they took the pictures from Jin, or they took something from Jin's.
They took I think they took the money that he'd been saving for his kid.
Right? No, yeah, they did. I think, yeah, because he was saving up money because it feels like a lot of that was kind of the way that he kind of pushed on with that situation, because Jin obviously kind of hates himself, but
Yeah.
like I feel like that was kind of his view of like what he could do to like kind of save his own soul.
Because when you see it later in the movie, it's all crumpled up and battered. So I don't know if that's because I don't know if that's the
Yeah,
implication that they took it.
we know they took something out of his pocket.
Yes.
Oh, also Hana managed to find the specific cab person who uh who dropped off Miyuki and the baby. So Hana's on the trail, and this guy is actually kind of like, oh, oh shit. It's funny because you get the news report coming in through the radio, so he's kind of like, you get his expression, and it's very like, oh, oh shit. Well, he actually says, "Hey, this is serious."
Yep.
And
Yeah.
funny because Hana uses their more like masculine voice.
Yeah, they clearly stopped putting on the. They stopped doing the, voice. I don't know what you.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called. I don't know if it's just that's how trans people tend to consider the real voices or whatever. But
Okay, well, so
yeah, they dropped
a
the.
lot of them when they've used the female voice enough that it becomes natural, but I all to them versus the more deeper voice. I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever the case is, like that, it's very clear Hana is taking this very seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we cut back to Miyuki, who she seems to be relatively chill. She's talking to the other girl, the Spanish girl. And they seem to be getting along.
Yeah, they seem to be discussing
Oh,
no,
this is when we
pictures.
yeah, this is when we get some of the background of Mayumi because she talks about basically she had a cat named Angel.
Which did they say it?
Uh, I think the implication is the cat either the dad tried to get rid of it or the cat ran away.
Yeah.
I
But
think
she
the dad. I
was,
think given what happens, the dad got rid of it.
Yeah, because she straight up ended up stabbing him, which
Yeah.
probably was not a one time. Like this is probably something that was building up. There was clearly a lot of resentment. I also like the motif that like not to get on anyone, but she was clearly had a bit more weight to her. She was a bit chubbier in this flashback, and it just showcased the time differential and how much less she's eating now. That when we see her in the current events, she's a lot thinner because she isn't eating as much.
Yeah, she's yeah.
It could have been easy to just make her like. I appreciate that they went out of the way to make sure she looked different back then.
Yeah, I think that's a nice touch to show how much.
But yeah, in this flashback, there's a piece of it that I really like, where as this is going on, her dad, she looks back at her dad, and her dad looks like Jean, and she looks back at her mom, and her mom looks like Hannah. And that nice house they're in turns into a cardboard box that they were basically staying in, which I think at first when I first saw it, I was like, oh, this is like she doesn't like this. But then I was like, no, I think she's realizing that she's starting to see these people as her family.
Yeah, well,
And she sees the
well,
baby as an angel.
it's also very interesting with the pictures that she's carrying. That she like completely like markered out her dad's face because like her basically she didn't part with her dad on good terms and she was angry at him and there's almost a regret with Hannah or with Miyuki. And she stabbed her father, and she thinks he's just gonna press charges, and that basically she's gonna go to jail if she ever tries to return. That's the
But it's also
interesting thing.
it's interesting because earlier in the film she says that she can go home whenever she wants, but obviously she doesn't actually think that.
No, I think that the idea is that is her coping with it. Like that's her cope. It's like no, look, he's not gonna actually care. But in reality, she knows what she did is serious, and she's actually just afraid of the consequences because she did something very serious. I think at that point she doesn't even know if her dad is really alive necessarily.
Oh yeah. No, I mean because she doesn't see him onto the train, and she seems pretty shocked. But
Yeah, well, she seems entirely fine because I think that's the idea, and that kind of plays into what Jin says. It's like, yeah, she's saying that, oh, I can go home whenever I want, but it is a cope because I think that's her telling herself that no, Dad never had serious issues. I don't need to ever address that, but I don't care because I don't want to go back. Obviously, I'm happy here. It feels like very much that. It feels like cope to
yeah,
me.
she's definitely trying to seem like she's above it all, and she doesn't have to worry, and she can go back whenever she wants. But really, she's terrified of facing her father again and the consequences of what she did.
Oh yeah, and well, especially because if she faces the consequences, she also has to face the fact she might have killed him. I think that's
Or
that's a
the
yeah, because she doesn't know. She doesn't know she ran away. So
the
there's
other theory is
yeah, there's
that she'll
oh
get put in prison by him, by he'll press charges or he'll arrest her.
yeah yeah because she did stab him. Basically, she's a kid that got overly emotional about a thing, and then she made a massive mistake. And
Yeah,
there was probably other tension involved in that family. That was probably not the sole, stressor. In fact, that was probably one of the big things that was keeping her in check.
yeah,
Yeah, was the kitten, and so learning that was gone, she yeah, she self destructed. And now she knows she's self-destructed, but she can't. There's not much she can do. She doesn't want to like address that self-destruction.
yeah. She's um she's well, especially her and Jin more so than they're really running away from all the decisions they've made and trying to sort of bury them and try not to think about them. And this baby coming to her life is kind of dredging it all back up again for them.
Yeah, in
Perhaps
different ways
divine
too.
intervention.
Yeah, in different ways, but it's definitely trudging that back up. Yeah.
And that's where we get the flashback scene too, which is a cool scene.
Yeah, it is definitely a neat scene visually. Oh well, and it's interesting too because you also get with the cut back to the cab driver and Hannah's response when the cab driver is talking is those children are my family. Hannah's probably the most self-aware of the dynamics of the actual relationship. Yep,
Yeah, she
both
definitely
with
gets
this
it.
and another scene because I think another scene is better for that actually. Oh, also the cab guy is like my fare.
Yeah. Did he ever get his fare? I don't think he does.
Probably not, to be honest.
Also, I don't know if it's now or a little later, but you see the fare and it's 12:25
Oh, so
Christmas Day.
12:25.
I
Oh,
also think it's the
that's Christmas Day.
Yeah,
exactly. I think it's on the key as well that they use in the train station has 1225 written on it.
Yeah. Which I think is another one of those things where there is definitely a divine thread involved in this whole situation. And a lot of
Yeah.
these are like kind of just signals to that. Yeah, but yeah, another interesting thing with the whole thing is what with the dad, you also get Miyuki say like, "Oh, here's the scarf I made for you. Use it to wipe up the blood." Basically, I do feel like essentially Miyuki was the kid that was somewhat neglected by a workaholic dad. That's the vibe I get from it.
Yeah, and the mother is maybe a little distant too, is kind of what I got from it. That's why the cat was so important to her.
Yeah, yeah, because it's very clear like her reaction to the dad potentially getting rid of the cat. Obviously, a child is going to react very strongly to that, but stabbing your dad is kind of another level.
Yeah, that's on a whole different
I'd only stab
level.
boy.
Oh.
DC won't because I'll step back.
I'd find you can't reach anything important.
Can't I? Can't I?
I don't know. You are pretty short.
Now I'll
Wow.
stab you on general principle.
Yeah, I wouldn't stand for that.
Eh. I will say I know I'm not that short because I don't say my height and then like 3/4. If you say your height and then like an additional metric, then you're just gonna have to admit
It's
you're short.
true. That's how you
You,
can
you
tell
never hear a
somebody's
6 foot
short.
you never hear a 6 foot tall person go, I'm 6 and like 3/4 or whatever.
Yeah,
It's like,
no,
no,
no.
you're fucking 6 feet tall.
Yeah, no. The funny thing is, if you're the taller you are, the less exact you are about your height because you're kind of like, oh, I don't know, I'm like 6'3", 6'4", whatever.
Yeah,
Uh,
he goes, I'm six like it goes fucking I'm 5'10" to I'm 6'3" to fucking tall. I love
no,
that there
it's
was
not
one
5'10", it's 5'10" and a half.
no.
Or
See,
no,
5'10" is
it's five.
average
Wait,
height.
yeah. So it's five. It's what I'm 5'5" and a half.
Yeah. Like I think there was like there was a meme that you saw that killed you where it was just like what was it like someone who was like over 6 feet tall was like how I asked a guy how tall he is and he sent me this and it was just like a card that said like I'm 6'5" or whatever. Yes, that is very tall. Yes, it is weird seeing the tops of other people's head.
It was
Yes, the
7
weather
foot.
is nice up here. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like yes, the weather is lovely up here. This and then just the caption at the end is like this has been a lovely conversation.
yeah. This has been a lovely conversation.
Just such a
Just
fucking
covering all the bases. But
yeah.
yeah,
It's like, is there anything else we got to talk about other than that? Just get out of the way.
but yeah, I think this scene is probably the biggest like Satoshi Konism because he really likes to deal with his like psychological stuff.
Oh yeah, there's always a you can always tell because there's has to be at least one psychedelic moment in the movie.
Yeah, and yeah, this is kind of you get Jin as the dad and Hana as the mom, and then the baby is actually portrayed as an angel, which interesting enough, her cat was named Angel,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and this is when Hana rejoins the story. Like particularly, this is when Hana has found them, which I
Sure
kind of
did.
really like that Hana's specifically able to find them.
There's a screenshot of when they first meet back up.
Yes, because that expression is really funny. Me too.
Yeah, and I love that because you could tell Hana is just overwhelmingly relieved to see Miyuki's okay.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
especially knowing that Miyuki was kidnapped.
Yeah, by a guy with a gun who is remarkably nice for a fucking killer, right? It's like,
Yeah, he is actually.
Well, you have to assume then that he had like very personal reasons for doing what he did.
yeah, like maybe like we know his dad was apparently dead or whatever, so probably something to do with that. We don't know enough about this guy. He has a different story that we are not privy to, mainly because we aren't fluent in Spanish.
Oh,
The only
so
bit of Spanish-
we were right that Kuro did actually leave the chat as soon as you said happy birthday.
He's sick of our shit.
Can't believe it.
Look, he was just so happy to have been wished it.
Yeah. Well, no, it's his birthday. He's probably busy. You know,
True.
spend time with family, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Just like yesterday was his birthday. And tomorrow is his birthday too.
Mm.
But yeah. Overall, yeah, just that expression is really good because yeah, you could tell that Hana's been bawling their eyes out over all this.
Oh yeah.
And
It
yeah,
is
Hana's
kind of-
very grateful to like get the child. You do get the impression Hana might understand Spanish. Am I the only one who got that expression?
Oh no, yeah.
Oh
'Cause
yeah,
she does
yeah,
seem to.
yeah,
She does seem to understand it.
yeah. Because the Spanish speaker does say something about madre and padre, and
Yeah.
Hana's
asks-
response is just, "Oh, I wish I was her mother, but I'm just a queen who cares."
And then oh this oh no I was going to say I thought this was the scene that we get the answer of whether the cabbie got paid, but it's the scene where she tries to get out of paying the cabbie.
True.
The Cappy, by the way, is a remarkably decent guy because he's just cool with not getting paid. But it's
Yeah.
like,
Well, to be fair, I think there's a degree of like, just don't mention I was involved in the whole like assassination thing.
yeah. Well, here's the thing. At some point, that I don't believe that because he comes back later in probably one of the most insane scenes of the film.
Yes.
You also get, this is the first time actually that Miyuki implies that that Hana is in love with him, and Hana's just like, I like my men to be more manly. And the funny thing is, you do actually get later that Hana doesn't have feelings for him, or at least that's the implication.
Not romantic.
Not romantic feelings.
You get the idea that she does love him. That is the case. It's just not romantic love. She
Well-
definitely cares for him though, and wants to help him.
Well, it is funny because the way Hana describes the kind of man I like is slender, middle-aged, tanned, and then with a square back haircut. You can tell Hana is describing a specific person. But
Yeah,
also, the funny thing is that description doesn't fit the cab driver, so the cab driver face.
It's like, ah.
Yeah, I just realized that it might just be Donna fucking with the cab driver because his expression.
I kind of like the idea of it both being a bit of foreshadowing and also her just in character fucking with the cab driver, because it does seem in character for her to mess with a guy like that.
It does.
It's one of the reasons, like I said, Hana's absolutely my favorite character, and I love her. Hana wouldn't work strongly in a solo film only because it's her relationship with the other characters that makes her such a favorite to me.
She does have a lot of good interactions with the rest of the cast.
Yeah, the funny thing is, when I'm continuing on, the guy's face just gets worse and more worried. Wait, no. Actually, this is definitely Hana fucking with, because Hana also says, what the hell, when I can't pay when I don't quite have the cab fare. And that's when the guy's face is really like, yeah, the guy just fucking sighs. I actually forgot about this scene. But yeah.
Well, look, that's why I say the cab driver is remarkably kind, because either he's just trying to get her out of his business, or he's just really being a decent chap. I like to believe he's being a decent chap.
Yeah, he just lets them walk away. He's after that sigh.
Fuck it, I'm working Christmas. Like,
Given what he does later, I'm gonna err on the side of he's a decent guy.
Yeah, and then they get the hospital they get the hospital stuff uh with like the ambulance going by, and then you get somebody mention just that he was homeless, and the immediate response is just Hana freaking out and assuming that the person covered up is Jin.
yeah.
And it's just the older guy. But also, Hana and Miyuki are still praying afterwards. But also, Miyuki actually smiles very widely, realizing that it's not Gin.
Her reaction when they first pulled the blanket as well, was she's just like, huh? That's not what?
Yeah, it is very clear though that, yeah. Jin is also crying for Kyoko when we cut to him. He's looking really rough, but he's still alive. It looks like he managed to stumble away from the scene.
Yeah, he's clearly fucked up. He's not in a good way.
Yeah. He's seeing weird shit.
Yeah, which could just be the the prerogative being in a Satoshi Kon movie, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think maybe in a universe that he builds, it's more weird if you're not seeing super weird spectral bullshit.
Well, the funny thing is, he sees the angel chick who asks, "What do you want? By a magic or an ambulance?" And his immediate response is, "An ambulance." And she gets offended, and yeah, we know later that's somebody from the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's another which is called Angel Tower, by the way.
Yeah. Another little divine thread.
Indeed.
Yeah, there's definitely, like, you can't tell me there's not a spiritualism to this. It's funny because the matron comes out and when Hana knocks on the door and is like, "Oh, we're closed for a private party," but then immediately recognizes Hana.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this little reunion sort of thing that they have.
Yeah, well, because this is when you get a lot more of Hana's specific background.
Yeah. Especially, the get her flashback in a second too to her lounge act, if you will.
Yeah, well, also though, Hana does call this person mother, and whether
Mm.
the question is whether this is actually his adoptive mother, so to speak, or and if she rather emulated them to an extent, or if it's just the just that they ended up working here. But I do feel like there is like an actual like familial relationship to an extent. It is
Yeah.
probably that they were abandoned and ended up, you know.
It's pretty common, I think. Again, I want everyone listening to note that we do not live and have never lived in Japan, so this is all secondhand information. But I think there is probably a cultural thing of like, because a lot of the times, people in those like, trans or the queer community in Japan tends to be very, very tight knit because it's compared to America, not great. Like specifically in like the granted, maybe I'm speaking for the areas we live in, but it's the like it's not as socially accepted. There's still a lot of stigma to it, so those communities tend to stick a bit more, closely together.
Yeah. But either way, no matter what the situation is, this is another one of those. Yeah, it's another one of those threads where it's like, oh, so yeah, Hana has a specific tie to this place. Jin also ended up here.
Yep.
Yeah, because apparently the person who found Jin brought him here because it was one of the girls from this hostess bar, and this is
Great.
the hostess bar that they were led to.
There's a great shot of Miyuki when she notices that Jin's in the bar. There you go.
Oh yeah. No, like I said, that's the interesting thing with this movie is just in general the expressions are really good.
Yeah,
They clearly put a
Yeah,
lot of thought into like how expressive the characters are.
yeah. So there, if we're at the bar, there is something I got to point out, and it's probably the most emotional in my. It actually got me a little misty eyed. I'm not even gonna lie, and it's when they're talking. I'm going a bit ahead of it here, in fairness, but it's when they're talking about Hana's deceased husband,
Yes, yes, because
and
yeah,
it's this
Hana
really
had an
sad thing.
yeah, Hana actually had like a however, and the interesting thing is the immediate response about it is, oh, was it the AIDS? Was it AIDS? Was it HIV?
Which is like, you gotta remember, this movie came out in like the ass end of 2003, so it wasn't as big as like the 80s, but I think Japan, it was still kind of
A big thing is for a lot of the time, Japan and kind of Asia in general, culturally they do tend to follow older trends with the so. A good example is when a band starts being irrelevant here. Oftentimes they tour Asia because they're they're
it's when they're
just
starting to trend.
yeah, that's when they're just hitting their stride in Asia, in the Asian market, and so they'll go and do a Japan tour or a Korea tour
yep.
or
Cheap Trick.
Mm,
There's a whole
yeah.
phrase big in Japan.
yep.
Eh,
Bands that are big in Japan that aren't as big in the country of origin.
Well,
yeah.
yeah. Well, there are entire bands that basically made a whole like different career in Japan because they became irrelevant. Like they were bigger in Japan than they ever were in their country of origin. Yeah.
Yeah, big one's
Yeah.
Cheap Trick. There's also small in Japan, the opposite. Bands that never took off in Japan.
Yeah. It
A
Um,
international pop culture is very interesting like that because you also have that with anime where there's anime that get really big here in the states that were never like particularly popular in Japan.
yeah. And then there are anime that are massive everywhere you go.
Yep.
Everyone knows about. Everyone has at least heard the name Dragon Ball.
I was gonna say, well, Dragon Ball, that's a bit of an unfair comparison because if it weren't for Dragon Ball, the manga industry probably would not have expanded out of Japan.
That's true.
Or at least not
Any-
to the level it did.
Anywho, and it's this really emotional thing where when the main hostess, I guess, is asking like, why didn't you could have come back here after it happened. And by the way, to clarify, no, her husband did not die of AIDS. He just was in the shower one day.
Yeah, he tripped in the shower.
Yeah, it was just a tragic accident, tripped in the shower, and that was it. And yeah, we get this really sad scene where they're like, you could have come back here, you could have, we would have helped you out, and then whatever you had to do. And Hana's just like, I couldn't do it without him. I gave up. And it's fucking heartbreaking because you get the opinion that, like,
we even do actually get a picture of Hana and this guy.
And one thing I like is that they could have done the easy joke and had him be like, whatever. But it's just this really, it's a classically attractive man.
Yeah, he looks pretty clean. He looks a bit older. He looks kind of very clean cut, really.
Yeah, clean cut, good looking man. And it could have been so easy to make like her husband a little like jobber freak or whatever, because they could have gone for the easy joke. But no, they made him look like this respectable guy, and like a very classically attractive man.
Yep. Yeah, there we go. I have it on screen. Oh, like at the end of the day, it was somebody that they were happy with and
was willing to be with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting too when the AIDS thing comes up. The mother, so to speak, actually kind of the way they say is almost like they afraid to like.
Yeah, well, I mean, because if it happened to him, it could happen to her. You know what I mean? It's.
Well, it's also a thing of just like maybe almost like if this is a really sensitive topic.
Yeah,
approach, 100%. That was my interpretation.
Well, yeah, of course. There's no other way to And yeah, no, it's this really sad scene and we even get this flashback where Hana is singing in this bar, throws her fucking glass. You just move it to the side. He throws her glass
at. I think this is a funnier position.
I'd smooch Hana. I don't give a fuck. Anyway, it's this like flashback where we see Hana in her glory days, and she's like singing in this lounge, and at one point she fucking like does the thing where she tosses her glass to the side, but it lands in a guy's lap, and she just fucking, the guy's like cursing her out, and eventually he calls her a fruit, and Hana just goes like, "Oh, you want to fucking go?" Like,
in the subtitles I have, it's not calling them a fruit. It's another thing where I believe they call her Pops again.
Yeah, and it's
Oh,
I watched the dub.
Yeah, basically, yeah. They call Hana a man again. Yeah, that's what happens.
And Hana don't deal with that.
Yeah, it is literally somebody calls them Pops as far as the subtitles I had, but there's a very clearly different subtitle, and part of me wonders if the subtitles I had, because
I watched the dub.
Yeah, you watched the dub.
Yeah, and in the dub they call her a fruit.
Okay, so I was worried that the subtitles I saw were the subtitles for the dub, but if it's different there, okay, then I did read the correct subtitles. All right.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But either way, it's like it was someone called Hana something she would rather have not been called, and frankly, I don't know why this. Yeah, and I don't know why this guy. Granted, the guy was drunk. I don't know why the guy went to that bar and decided that was okay.
I was gonna say Man goes to
My man, I don't know where you think you are, but I don't think you're in a position to judge anyone.
man goes to cross-dressing bar, offended at the fact that it's staffed by people who are biologically male.
Like if I went to KFC and was upset they only had chicken, it's like, brother.
Brother, you went to KFC. What do you expect?
But yeah, it's a scene where we kind of like, and it's a scene I like because we get the impression that Hana has never lost her fire. You know, she's never lost that like vibrance that she's always had. It's just that she kind of lost, in a way, she lost her hope.
Well, it's interesting too because basically the impression I get at least is Hana basically had this incident and then got really embarrassed and stopped coming to the bar, and then Ken died.
It's possible, but it didn't seem like the mother, gave a shit. Like she seemed fine. She's like, hey, that guy was an asshole.
Well, no, she actually has a line. Her line is, "Oh, that was just a little bit of money took care of that." The mother is basically just dismissive about it. It's like, yeah, well, don't worry, we paid them off there.
I just love how she didn't give a fuck. Like,
yeah, it's just, but this also ties into again, Hana is the more like almost socially conscious person.
Yeah,
in the group.
She wants to maintain a level of dignity, and it's clearly very important to her. And yeah, it makes sense.
Yep. We have 40 minutes left in this movie, so I'm gonna try and speed up things a bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got expedited pace. There's still a lot to get through.
Yeah, and it's almost 4 a.m.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to speed up a bit.
Sorry if you don't get to everything y'all want us to. If you have one specific moment in time you want us to break down, I will say, however, watch the movie. Like, just watch the movie on your own if you want to like get a recommendation. If at this point you don't get that we really like this movie.
Yeah. So Hana is or not Hana. Miyuki is basically washing up the baby in the back. And you get Hana is basically filling in the mother on what's the situation, and you get the mother reacting to the child being abandoned. And the mother is almost like them's the breaks. Like, you can tell she's been in like this sort of role in life forever. She rolls with the punches.
Yeah, she's definitely been through it all and seen it all.
Yeah. Yeah, and she's very much like, yeah, life is shit sometimes. Yeah. Kids get abandoned. People end up finding out they're into stuff that's wrong, that's seen as wrong, rather. You have to deal with shit as it comes. Basically, it's like the mother's mentality.
Like,
and then is this where we get the scene where Jin wakes up and he's been dressed in a dress? Yes.
Yes, it is. At least they don't emphasize that, because I'm happy to not have to like look at that as much as possible.
Too bad. There's a screenshot.
Oh, that. Yeah. No, because it's clearly the only thing they didn't have any clothes for men, obviously. So it's just a scene of like.
Chat, be happy. I'm deciding not to put this on screen.
Oh, be an adult.
I say I say
you have
that.
An issue.
I say that I'm actually just setting it up to come scare the chat and put it on the screen. Yeah, so anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. Yeah. So basically, after that, and after you do get basically Jin, Hana, and Miyuki ready to leave, and we do know that they're given money by Hana's mother. And Hana gives
Oh, I
a
didn't.
haiku as per usual. This is not the first time they've done that.
Yeah, I did like that through the movie. I think
Yes.
it happens 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, it's just a very like Hana thing to do. And yeah. So the scene continues and we have that on the screen now. You're welcome, chat.
Good.
Yeah, and we also get them like just kind of walking, and you see like a lot of the advertisements. You see a lot of the stuff they're passing by. And yeah, you do see that yeah, they were given money. They go on a train or well actually no, they go to a restaurant first. And then and like they do spend a lot of time in there. It's like a coffee shop.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, then they continue on. Because
Yeah, they
they
go.
were able to kind of rest there. But they're continuing on because they're looking for this house.
Yeah, and they're having to sort of find it from the position of the towers in the photo.
Yeah. Yeah, and they get into
Oh,
like an
that's
abandoned
beautiful.
building, and you even get them just being like, oh, an abandoned building is always nice to find.
This one's filled with cats.
Yes, the cats made it there first. And yeah, they basically are waiting out the snow. And the funny thing is, we get later that, well, because they're going and looking, they realize that this is the specific building they were looking for.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah, and
completely.
there's also a scene where when they get to that building,
Yeah,
and it's all fucked up and damaged, Gene walks through the like broken down door and just goes, "I'm home."
yeah. Well, Jin, it's literally Jin. Oh, the other thing is, it's Jin testing out the key they have to make sure that it's the right building. And in the dub, at least, what his response is, "Honey, I'm home." He's just like really annoyed. You can tell. And then the door falls over,
Yep.
just to emphasize, like, oh fuck, okay.
Yeah, I do. It's just like the final, like, this is fucked. We're never gonna find these people.
Well, that then you get them talking to the neighbors, and the neighbors even are like, "Oh, you stayed in that? You'd think you were homeless." And like,
Oh yeah.
Jin is clearly annoyed, but they don't address it. And then, because you get one of the neighbors is feeding the cats.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit annoyed at that too. Like you're feeding the cats, but you're not feeding us.
Yeah, definitely. This is another thing the neighbor states is what Hana asks, "Do you know her?" And the woman's response is, "She never paid me back for her neighborhood association dues,"
Hmm.
which this kind of exists in the U.S., but not to as much of an extent. I know it exists more in Britain because you guys have what that weird like council tax or whatever it is.
Yeah, we have council tax.
Yeah, because this isn't a universal thing in the U.S. There are neighborhood associations, basically, here, but they're not like universal.
I don't think the council tax is um like a neighborhood association thing though.
Yeah, Well, so what generally happens here is like a lot of this land that gets developed then gets like wrapped up into kind of a, I don't know exactly how to put it, but what's the word for it, boy? You probably know the actual term for it.
Sorry, remind me the actual term for what? I kind of was looking at something.
You know the neighborhood associations in U.S.
In the U.S., it's just homeowners association or
Uh,
HOA,
yeah, HOA is what I'm talking about. Yeah.
also known as monumental pain in my ass.
Oh yeah, and yeah, that's the equivalent in the U.S., but it's a lot more voluntary here in the U.S.
Yeah, in the I guess in Japan it's a bit different. It's like an actual like
Yeah, I don't know how this
thing.
works in Japan, but yeah,
Because
basically
I
this.
buy a house, I can get evicted by someone who doesn't even live in my house.
But yeah, that's from what I understand. It's some more. The Japanese system is more similar to the UK system, but I don't know exactly because I haven't read up on this. But either way, what we do get is that basically the people who lived here were essentially kind of monumental screw up types. The
Yeah.
husband was like a chronic gambler. Yeah, the husband was a chronic gambler and drunk. And the funny thing is, you have Jin actively reading like the scores for like I think it's a track like report or whatever, and drinking as this is being explained in the background. And yeah, she was clearly like borrowing money left and right. Basically, these two were screw ups.
Yeah, they're complete screw ups.
I mean, you just have to look at this house. That is like, it's clear it was a mess before it was like demolished. But yeah, basically they lost the home.
Yeah, and it's now been. I guess is it been demolished
It
after they,
was
or did
seized
they do
for the
that?
debt, and one night they just up and went. Is what the way it's phrased. They were a
Yeah.
nice couple at first, but wasn't long before they started fighting. That's poverty for you. All that debt didn't stop him from lording it over her. Yeah, so basically, it and the funny thing is, I do think a lot of this does bring back things for Jin.
Yeah,
100%.
Well, he's almost like weirdly disinterested in a way that I assume he's just disassociating.
Well, there is one comedic thing I love about this whole scene where it's every time they like need a new bit of information, they just get another gossiping housewife involved.
yeah.
That is true. That is typical.
Never underestimate the power of gossiping housewives.
Insert derogatory phrase about women. It is really funny though. That is, yeah, it's more and more gossiping housewives.
Excuse me.
Yeah, though. You get, yeah, you also get Miyuki finds a newspaper that has a specific entry that's actually directed to her. We kind of get the implication of.
Yeah, Angel has returned. I believe it's.
Yep. And you almost feel
Oh,
like, yeah, this is also a sign that to Miyuki that like, oh, she can actually return home. And it does feel like she's almost like questioning that, like, because before she would say she could go home, but obviously she didn't think she could go home. And I feel like not only is that one of the reasons she stayed, but also it's kind of like, oh, do I want to leave these two? Like, because after we get rid of this baby, oh, but would leaving these two alone, would that help anything? Would that, or would they get worse?
Yeah, she's got a little bit of conflicts going on right now.
Yeah, and this is one of those things that I do actually wish was answered. I think you could have afforded like another like 15 minutes to just close out this plot line with her, because Miyuki is one of the plot lines I think isn't fully addressed.
I mean, I kind of like the way that it ends off with it.
I guess it ends off in kind of a "it probably will happen" thing,
Yeah.
but you
Yeah,
don't know how that's gonna go.
yeah.
But yeah, it's funny too because literally the second they leave the place, you have Jin going like, "Well, what if they ran out of the new place too?"
I mean, it would make it's a
It's likely.
reasonable. Yeah.
The funny thing too is you have uh Hana specifically talking about poor Sachiko working to pay off her husband's gambling debts, and you see Jin looking away.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really funny to me. I'm gonna put this on screen probably because this is very telling. I'm trying
But
to work through this quick though, so
yeah.
continue on.
But it's at this point I think that it's when Hana begins when they get on the street, they're walking around. Hana begins coughing up once, which has happened a couple times before. She ends up
Yeah,
coughing up
it
blood.
did. This was signaled to be a thing already.
Yeah. She winds up coughing up blood. They have to call an ambulance, and they're in a hospital. And we get the idea that like she has to be in a. It's not like lethal, but she needs to have some more bed rest and like everything. Specifically, the doctor is a little bit. He's not dismissive, but he's just sort of giving it how it is.
Oh,
Jin is getting
before
upset.
this, we get the scene at the shop where it's like a bakery, and basically they once again get chased out because they're clearly sitting there to kind of just while away time.
Oh yeah, I fucking forgot about that.
But yeah, they get chased out of the bakery, and then a car rams into it.
An ambulance randomly, they're not in any rush, no one's chasing them, and we don't know what's going on. It just rams into the store when they're outside, so no one got hurt.
Yeah,
Assumedly.
yeah, because the store owner came out to yell at them too, so he wasn't in there as well. So basically, his life is saved as well.
Yeah. And the guy, the best thing is the fucking ER gets out of the ambulance like, someone call an ambulance. And
Yeah,
ironically
funny
enough, it's at that point where
yeah, and also in this scene, there's a lot of really good dialogue from between Hana and Jin, because it comes up like Hana talking about like, oh, if her father had any good will any good at all, we wouldn't be going through this. And Jin is like, even a good for nothing father cares about his kid, or never forgets a child.
yeah.
And
Anyway,
like this
we'll
is
speed through it a
more,
little bit.
yeah, this is more building on the whole like Jin thing, because Jin is just thinking about himself. This is pure win. Like this is honestly these are like the best like section of the story for Jin.
Yeah. Anyhow, after that happens,
Yeah,
Hana
they go
coughs up
out.
blood.
Yeah, they
Hana
go
coughs
out.
up blood.
The ambulance happens, and then Hana coughs up blood.
Yeah. And they get to the hospital, the doctor tells them like, hey, we can, you need to make sure she gets like enough bed rest and comfortable and yeah. And Jin very much, very very reasonably is like, we're homeless, dude. We can't do that. And the doctor's like, I'm sorry, I can't help you with that. I can just tell you what needs to be done. I'm sorry. And he's not dismissive.
On that note, I think we'll have to. I think this is probably a good time for our boy to go home, or to leave.
Oh yeah. Art needs to head off.
I
I'll,
need to go to sleep.
yeah, I'll give you the chance now to step out gracefully, Art.
Good day. Have fun
Yeah,
with the
we've
stream.
been going up through long enough anyway, so we'll speed through the rest of this anyway.
Come on, boy. We're only like 3.5 hours in.
Yeah, we're 3.5 hours in.
This
See
is
you
one of
later.
my shorter media coverage streams.
Long man bad. You're not the long man, but you get the idea.
uh, but yeah,
It's
no.
my Sunday. I want to do shit.
To be fair, we only have like 40 minutes of the movie, and I think you and I can go through this quick. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that much left to go over really. Anyway, after that, it's
We
a
we
situation.
also do get Miyuki calling trying to call her dad, but she does chicken out.
Yeah, she can't go through with the phone call, which is very sad. And interesting enough, we do get a scene where, funny enough, they have to pay the the fee for the doctor's office.
Yeah, and
And
this is where it's like revealed that, this is where because Jin shows the money in the scene prior when they're in the bakery or whatever.
yeah, where he has like 30,000 yen or something, which isn't that much apparently.
Well, this is also the money he went out of his way. This is the thing he also went out of his way to recollect. I do believe that it's the same bundle.
Yeah.
It's stored in the same place in his coat.
Yeah. And what he has to use that to pay off his the medical debt. And it's shit situation overall. But through this, eventually, the nurse walks in to collect the payment, and it's shown to actually be Jean's daughter. And there's a very touching reunion. It's actually very sweet, sad. However, this is when we sort of have it revealed Jin's true backstory. One, he was not a cyclist. He owned a bike store.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah,
and
you get the whole fact that basically, yeah, Jin lied about his backstory, but a lot of what he said it wasn't true, but it was close to the truth. It was
it was truth adjacent. And yeah, it's a scene where he goes over that. He apologizes to his daughter. He doesn't tell her everything about him being homeless, but he apologizes to his daughter. He's like, I should have stuck around, or something along the line. I thought you could do better. All the things. And he and his daughter just generally have a very tearful kind of reunion. He really wants to be a part of her life, and Hana actually stands up and just absolutely berates him. Just calls him a bum. He's a good for nothing. Like all this heinous stuff. Stuff you wouldn't think Hana would call. They've argued before and they bickered.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think she would have said some of the things she said as about him.
Well, this is the interesting.
Well,
this is the interesting thing because it's a very awkward scene between Jin and his daughter before that, but and then Hana does make the scene, and it's also Jin kind of goes through all the ammo he actually had as far as this conversation, like the fact that money had been saved to give to his daughter, and the fact that and all of this, and then Hana makes a scene and kind of tries to make themselves look like the bad guy,
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, Jin did use that money to save Hana's life. And what's funny is this is also this conversation afterwards, after Hana makes a scene and storms off. At first, the idea is that, Hana's just offended that Jin lied to her. But the reveal...
I will say there's also a moment when she storms off that it really shows how close Jin is with Hana, where when she storms off, it just focuses on Jin, and he's like, well, she's feeling better.
Yeah.
He clearly doesn't care. Like, it's still his friend.
Well, yeah, he actually has the line, someone's feeling better. It's kind of like shocked and like, oh, okay. Well, but Hana, well, it's interesting because so Miyuki seems to have like had the wrong impression and think that Hana was, interested in Jin, but Hana says, no, I'm the blue devil. I'm the blue devil. I'm the blue Oni, basically.
Yeah, because like she goes into
Yeah.
the story about how like
Well,
the
this is
folk tale
this is an actual like Japanese folk tale from what I understand because
of
I've
like
seen it
a
in
red
multiple
of like a
media.
red oni that wants to associate with people, but everyone's so scared, and so
Yeah, I've
he
seen
can.
it in multiple like media
Can I go
feeds.
over it?
Yeah, you can go over the story now. I'm gonna
Sweet.
step away to use the bathroom real quick.
Awesome. There's this red oni that wants to associate with people and it wants to make friends with the villagers, but everyone's scared of him, and everyone runs away at the sight of him, and so he confides in his friend the blue oni, and so the blue oni constructs a plan. He's like, hey, I'll go in, make a scene, and everyone will be all scared of me, and then you come in and act like um you're saving them from me, and I'll be fine with that. And so that sort of is how it plays out. And unfortunately, while the red oni gets to associate with people and gets to be friends with them, the blue oni has to leave because everyone's still afraid of him, or her in this case. Um, and so it's Hana basically being like, that's what I'm doing here. I am setting Gene free to reconnect with his daughter. I can be the bad guy, and I'm gonna leave. And it's just really, it's clarifying their relationship. It's Hana clearly does love Gene. It's just not romantic. It's a very close. It's platonic. It's this very close platonic connection that they have. That's, I mean, it's hard. You can't really put it into words other than the myth that Hana goes over. Um, and yeah, it's like Hana basically being like, there's actually kind of a bit of a comedic scene as they're walking. Miyuki's sort of going after her. And Hana's basically like, I've been selfish and I should have just, given this baby to the police right away. And Miyuki's like, that's what we've been freaking saying. And it's like they're walking through, and it's like the camera's panning, and as they're walking, Hana says something along the lines of, I should just take my shoes off and jump into this river. And as they're speaking, they're passing a woman who's about to do that same thing, is about to take their shoes off and jump into the river. And then they just pause and then just immediately fuck, and then just save this woman from committing suicide. And it's when they save her and this woman sees the baby that it's revealed to be the woman from the picture that they gave, the person they assume to be the baby's mother. And it's like it's at that moment it sort of cuts away, and we see what Gene's doing in this time, which is he's obviously going after Hana, and whatever. He's worried about her, and she's his
Okay,
friend.
well, we should probably go into a little bit more than just the events, though.
Well, it's easier when you're here to bounce off of.
Yeah, so with the Oni story, I'll start from there. And it's good because you've kind of laid out the plot synopsis uh, so far, and so we can just kind of go point for point. So the interesting thing about the different versions I've heard of the Oni story, one of the main ones is that the blue Oni uh, that I remember from several versions is the blue Oni had made friends easily, which kind of is another thing that ties into Jin versus Hana. Jin is the more surly type who doesn't make friends easily. He is the red Oni.
Yeah.
And in every way, he is the yeah he. But Hana making a scene is kind of giving him a chance to look like the more reasonable person and be the more reasonable person. While also, I feel like Hana is also kind of going into things that Well, it's interesting because I do think that Hana does understand why Jin lied,
Yeah, for sure.
and absolutely does. And the interesting thing is, yeah, Miyuki doesn't quite understand what happened, to the point where Miyuki almost falls for the facade as well. Like Miyuki's like, should you really have said this in front of the of her? And Hana's like, yeah, if if she really loves him, she'll forgive him.
Yeah.
And Hana also says being able to speak freely is the lifeblood of love. And I think that's an interesting thing too, because it does come across as a few of Hana's that like being able to live as yourself. That is kind of a part of love and a part of being in a relationship with people. If you have to pretend all the time that you don't believe what you believe when dealing with people, that is a major thing. And I think this is a very thematic story, the way Hana tells it. And that also fits Hana as a character to tell.
Yeah. It's very important that Hana's the person that, describes the story.
Definitely.
Yeah. And then it happens as I've described it. It's kind of walking through. Miyuki's kind of trying to like, let's just go back. I've been telling you we should have been, just give the baby to the police, whatever. And it is at that point where they do, see a woman about to commit suicide, save her. It's kind of hilarious how it's just so in the background. Um, until they save her, and the woman sees the baby, and it's the woman from the picture. It's the woman they've been looking for.
Oh, this is another thing.
And
Wait, this is another thing though. Actually, I missed this. So there's a lottery reading. Guess who has the winning lottery ticket?
Gene.
Yeah, like Jin reaches out, checks the one in his pocket, and it is the one.
I don't know
This
if the amount saved was enough to be like we're good for a while or whatever.
it's
But
like
he got lucky.
200,000 yen, I believe was the number.
Which I'm just gonna quickly Google how much that is in US.
Yep, 200,000 yen to USD. Currently, that is $1,300 US dollars.
For a homeless person, that's definitely gonna go a long way.
Definitely. That's
You
gonna
can at
pay
least
for a lot.
start. Yeah, that's enough that you can get started on some shit to try to get you out of the situation you're in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's significant. It's not. It's worth like having, and it is a life-changing amount of money in that way. It's a nice windfall that can actually help you to not only improve your life, but just in general.
Yeah.
But after that, you get the news report about the baby having been stolen from the hospital.
Yeah.
Which Jin
in
also
fairness,
sees.
there's a. Yeah, Jin sees that. He goes and like he finds the husband.
Yeah,
Breaks
Jin
the
goes
shit
and
out of him.
yeah, Jin is going and finding the husband. Meanwhile, we get Hana and Miyuki go and end up running into the mother, who seems to be about to kill herself.
Yeah.
Like she seems to be about to jump off the bridge.
Yeah, and not knowing not having seen the news report, it's like, okay, we did it. We found her. You can have the baby back. Well, actually, first and foremost, Hana slaps the shit out of the mother. Like, how the fuck could you have left the baby in the trash like that? And and
Yeah,
it's actually very telling.
if we hadn't found baby, they would have frozen to death.
Yeah.
That is literally what Hana says.
And it makes just like everything Hana promised to say and everything. And I don't remember the exact reason she gave, but it was just like, my what was it, like my husband was the one who did it, like my husband left her out there.
Yeah,
And
my husband left her, is the one who took her and left her out there, and she also says that everything is because of that man.
And yeah, and what happens is they accept that, they give the baby back to her, and they're like, okay, we did it, let's go back or whatever. And we
they,
cut to Jean.
Yeah, and then you cut to Jin at the who has found where the husband is.
Husband's just a fucking grim.
Oh no! This is the funny thing. So we've seen Jin looking at his older self. Now this is where we get Jin looking at basically his younger self.
Yeah. And it's like, the guy's basically like, hey, we'll win the lottery. We got this. And it's funny. He holds up a losing lottery ticket. He's like, you stupid motherfucker. And yeah, Jin's berating. He's like, where the fuck is your wife right now? You still have time to fix this? Why the hell did you leave the baby out in the cold or whatever? And that's the moment the guy goes like, dude, that's not our baby. And he explains that like the baby, like she, like, what was it, like she stole the baby from another couple and then just fucking ran off. He doesn't know where she is. He's freaking the fuck out, but he's like kind of just like, oh, whatever. He's kind of being an asshole. And Jean's just fucking laying into him for a very short time before he realizes.
Well, yeah, the guy's almost like he's just like, well, it's not my problem anymore. I've just left that whole situation behind. It's not my problem. I don't care. And Jin just fucking lays into him.
Yeah, he's like, you still have a chance to fix this. It is only too late. You only know when it's too late Like it's you still have a chance to fix this, and it's like, he's just laying into. Basically, it feels like everything he wishes he could say to his past self, he's saying here.
Yeah, yeah. But also, you get the reveal. Yeah, the reveal is the baby is not theirs. This is not the mother. The baby's mother is in the hospital still.
Yeah. And then Jim's like, that's all I had to say to you. Now I gotta fucking book it. And he just fucking books it to where the other two are. And
we cut to the other two, kind of leaving off from the supposed mother, who they believe is the mother, the guy's wife.
Yeah. And it's rough. And what happens is like Jean finds him, is like, where's the baby? It's like, oh, we found her mother. We gave it back to her. It's a good thing. We finally did a good thing. And she's like, oh.
Yeah, because you get the guy telling Jin that Sachiko stole the baby from the hospital. She lied to me about it. The guy is also just, I don't want anything to do with it. Take the kid to the police. But the guy is also just like, in general, like, it's not my fucking problem. But then Jin is talking about like, yeah, you're her husband. What do you mean? You are supposed to be with her through thick and thin, and you've put her in this situation. You've broken her already, and you talk about like you're getting your life back together, but you're still doing the same thing. You're still you are still throwing your. First off, this guy is clearly like at least drunk to some extent.
Yeah.
The lottery ticket he's showing is not the winning lottery ticket.
Yeah.
But also, this guy is just like, no, this guy's a gambling addict. He is very much like, I won 100,000 yen in the lottery. My luck is turning around. And you almost get the impression he's gonna go and gamble again. that is what he's gonna do.
Yeah. And then we, as I mentioned, Jin finds the other two. They, they freaking everyone's freaking out when he tells them. Obviously, the part that I'm happy because we don't have to spend 2 hours analyzing it too much. Well, except for one thing, maybe. Is
No, I feel like the most you have to analyze is just the scene with Jin and the husband where, yeah, it just comes down to this is Jin talking to his younger self.
Yeah. And then the film goes batshit because when they find out that they gave the baby to a potentially suicidal woman, they kind of freak out and they just chase after her because they realize what's going on. And the woman who is actually planning to kill herself with the baby. And
the woman basically the first thing she did go to a park and try to basically she basically tries to mother the child and the child doesn't accept her because she's not the child's mother.
yeah.
But also she's very clearly giving up very quickly, but in general,
it's also a case of she's
psycho. Yeah.
Yeah, whether or not she's actually producing breast milk, you know what I mean?
Well, she probably isn't because the idea is. I feel like the idea is, it was a
she's broken. She is mentally broken at this point.
Yep. Oh, and the interesting thing is, even if she didn't do this whole situation, you do get the impression that this couple would have probably been another couple that ended up in the position where Jin, Hana, and Miyuki are in.
Yeah, more than likely. But anyway, they're chasing after her. She gets up and books it when she realizes she's been made. Like they're chasing after her. She at one point steals a truck and is driving off. But don't worry, because luckily a taxi man is here. The same taxi man as before. He's a homie because they're just like chase her, and she's like, all right, and he goes after Gene. True to form, gets his bicycle.
Yeah,
he gets a bicycle.
Jin on the bicycle chasing the truck is really entertaining and really fun.
And it circles back. It's like a circle, right? And he's chasing him. He at one point has to grab onto the taxi so he can go after the woman's like crashing into shit. She's like, it goes full. I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't go full.
I just clicking through the scenes just. Stumble the scene with the taxi man, and the taxi man's just like, give me a fucking break.
And eventually Jin gets the baby from the truck. I think the truck crashes, but luckily Jin's holding the baby, so the baby's fine. The mother is also fine, unfortunately. Well, no, the quote-unquote mother is also fine, unfortunately. So because it's a crash, he's fucked up a little bit. Not hospital a bit again, luckily. So she runs through, grabs the baby, is booking it to the top of the building. The others give chase again. They get to the top building, and Miyuki is the one who first confronts her as the woman is about to jump off the building with the baby.
Yeah. Yeah, and
this is clearly the woman's breaking point. She's like,
I guess this is the thing, boy. You are skipping it through a bit too fast because we aren't analyzing this. But I guess a lot of this is just.
What's there to analyze?
I was gonna say, to be fair, a lot of this scene up to this point is just action. It's a lot of it is very much the kind of the chase ramping up to the climax, which is this scene. With, on the rooftop.
That's why I'm ramping through it.
That's
here's the thing. I can analyze all day and night. It's at the end of the day, I can analyze all day and night. I just think again, this is a review. If you want to know what really happens during the action scene, go watch the freaking movie.
This is as much a review as an analysis, though. So
true, that's fair. I'm just saying, if you want to see how crazy it gets for yourself. That's not what we're at. We're not analyzing the action set pieces in Tokyo Godfathers.
Okay, well, I have done analyzing of the action set pieces before, but yeah, you are right. And more importantly, when we get to the rooftop, you do actually get the husband watching the news and seeing Sachiko, I believe is the woman's name, on the news.
Yeah, something like that.
And this is kind of the moment where he realizes, like, oh shit, no, this shit is real. Like, I can't just ignore this. And I think Jin's words are,
Bringing through his head a little bit.
Yeah, and his expression's like, okay, oh shit, okay, I have to go.
Yeah. And there's that moment where he's like standing on the fucking balcony and he's like screaming at her so that she can hear, like, we can start over. This, you don't have to do this. We can try again. Like it's not too late for us. We can be better than this.
Well, we also do have just scene with Miyuki. I think she is probably the character of the main characters to be in this scene. Because she is the one who... I think she is the one who kind of speaks from the perspective of sort of the child, so to speak, as far as the relationship dynamic goes.
Yeah, where it's basically because she's like, you know what it's like to have your family fucked up. You're going to enforce this on another family.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like, you know, her actual parents are worried sick about her, and all people should know what it's like to lose a child, because Sachiko, I believe, had a miscarriage, is the idea.
Yeah, that's why she was at the hospital in the first place, is she was delivering and then her baby miscarried.
Yeah, but yeah, so that's also why kind of Sachiko is a broken woman. And this one event broke her. Top of
it was the straw that broke the camel's back, really.
Yeah, and Sachiko. That's why Sachiko's kind of in this position. And what's interesting is, for a little bit of levity in the scene, you do get the scene where Hana and Jin are trying to rush up the stairs.
Yeah, and they're middle-aged sets and fucking
they're on the older side of the spectrum, so they're just fucking dying.
Dude, I'm on the younger side and I still barely enjoy stairs. Like, so I get that. Yeah, and no, it's all this is happening. It's ramping up, but this woman is just honestly, she's too far gone. There's at one point she looks at the baby. And she hears the baby say, "I want to go home," and that's the moment where you're like, "Yeah, there's no save for this woman."
It's interesting because Miyuki even says, "If you're going to die, die alone. A life is a life, whether it's you, me, or Kyoko."
Yeah, we only get one try basically, and you're robbing this kid of his attempt. And it's really hard. It's a harsh thing to say. Probably not the right thing to say, considering, but it's also like, you know,
I think
it's this.
There is a level of this is kind of a thematic thing, because at the end of the day, when it comes to life, you do only get one try, but you can't just give up. I think that is a major theme of the story here, and that is kind of that coming up, because you have people at different points in their try, like Jin fucked everything up, but he's still pushing on. You have Hana, who they had life kind of set up for them, as happy a life as they could. They were happily married. Even if they weren't like an orthodox person, they were happily married, and then that person died, and they just broke. And then you have Mayumi, who's kind of like the person who they've made one major mistake, but then like they are still young enough to fix it, but they've been like wallowing in that mistake.
Yeah.
Because all these characters are just wallowing in what kind of the shit life kicked into their face, basically, you know? The dirt.
Yeah.
The dirt in their face. And I think that's where the theme is here. This is a very thematic sort of situation with this. And what's interesting too is even the line Sachiko has, "I want to be reborn." She just wants a do-over. But you because you can't go back. You can only go forward. Is the whole theme.
Like the unfortunate truth of it is she can't try again, and that's the reality. And
Yeah.
while that sucks and it's horrible that she went through the things she did, the grim reality is she has to. The only option she has is to keep pushing forward and try to, you know, and persevere through the pain. And while it's harsh and it's, not necessarily the most comforting of things, there is
Yeah.
there's a weird, like, there's a joy to be found at the end of that tunnel, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and
And
I think the husband is a very good sort of illustration of this thematic stuff because his lines are very, and him trying to convince her is, we'll start again, we'll be reborn. Basically, like, we have to keep going. I still care of you. I still want things to be right. You know, that's like
yeah,
the vibe he has.
yeah, like
But
he's
she's still kind of, she's blackpilled on it.
yeah, she's not like fully in, like, she's not all there basically.
Yep.
And in that moment she lets herself fall. She's about to let herself fall before Miyuki basically just runs forward and grabs her, obviously, and is dangling off this building.
Yep.
Um,
Yep. They're dangling off the building, and Sachiko's just begging to let her die. And once again, the appeal is that once again this isn't somebody who's getting to choose. This isn't somebody who's even gotten their shot at life, and you're trying to rob it. You know, Kyoko wants to see her mom and dad. Because remember, this was a newborn baby. This
Yeah.
baby has not seen their parents yet, even.
yeah, and it's
But
the whole movie is this, like, it's this odyssey to get her back.
well, the interesting thing too is appealing to that is what kind of snaps Sachiko out of it, and I think that's also very important because it is kind of Sachiko realizing she's being selfish and she's inflicting the same sort of pain she's feeling on another couple. She is,
Yeah.
and this is some of the worst pain I think you can actually feel.
100%.
The pain of a parent losing a child. Yeah.
Yeah. It's this moment that snaps her out of it, and she's, trying to get the baby back up. She's trying to take the baby, save her.
And then you get the baby saying, "I want to go home,"
Which
because Satoshi Kon.
I get it. Yeah, because yeah, because he can't have one of his movies without some weird shit happening.
Look, he has been very restrained on the
It's like that meme where it's just like, hey, thank you for not having a weird acid trip montage throughout this movie. I know that was very tough for you.
Yeah, look, at least it was just one line that was hallucinated.
Yeah, right? And I get the feeling if this movie focused on this mother, it'd be another Perfect Blue. And yeah, so anyway, there's this, like, she's trying to get the baby back up, but and I think she does. I don't remember if she does or if she slips beforehand, but either way.
Yeah, well, basically, she slipped beforehand because at the end of the day, like,
she's a teenage girl.
I was gonna say, Miyuki does not have the strength to pull her back up.
Yeah, she's not. And at that point, Jean books it up. And he finally gets there.
It's Jin and Hana arrive.
Yeah, save the day.
They stop her from falling. The baby starts falling. That's when Hana jumps down and tries to and basically catches the baby, but then falls anyway. And this is probably the most absurd part of the film.
But yet, I kind of love it. Because at this point, like, it looks like every kind of, like, oh, coincidence tries to save Hana.
Yeah, well, because they catch themselves on, like a advertisement banner, like a vertical, like, banner sort of advertisement or sign. Then that snaps, and then a very convenient wind comes and, like, allows Hana to just kind of float down to the ground holding it. Because,
it flows like a banister. Like, it flows like a banister or something that catches her or whatever.
Yeah.
But either way, it's very clearly, it's God. It's God saved her. Like, that's, if you haven't been paying attention to that divine thread, the divine thread saved her ass.
Yeah, this is probably the most contrived moment of the movie, but is
It also,
also
it's not like it's out of nowhere. You know what I mean?
yeah.
The
There's
religious
a
motif
lot of
has been throughout the entire thing, and it makes sense. And the entire time they're saved, it is hinted to be like you said, a divine thread. And it's like,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, but we get our pair of adults are in the hospital. Miyuki is kind of like looking over them, and the funny thing is, Jin is like, "Okay, I want a fucking cigarette after this,"
which is valid, by the way. It has been a hell of a night.
even though he's in the hospital. He's still like, "I just want a
I
cigarette."
I earned this fucking smoke.
Miyuki, go get the cigarettes out of my coat.
We do get that pan over showing that he did get the money too, showing that there whatever future awaits them. It's probably not. There's an upswing here that maybe it'll work out for them.
Well,
Um,
yeah, you also get the couple who are like who go up to like a person who's at the door, which I assume is probably a cop because let's be honest,
it's Miyuki's
cop...
dad.
Oh, is it Miyuki's dad?
Yeah, so we haven't said throughout this entire thing, but Miyuki's dad is a cop. that's,
Oh
that's a
yeah,
big
I
thing they
forgot.
mention every time.
She does say that. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, they mentioned it a few times,
yeah.
specifically in
Because
this case.
he was about to. Yeah, he was about to knock, and then you get the couple saying that they'd like to. Uh,
They'd like to make them their godfather, the baby's godfathers.
yeah. It's just I'm told they're homeless, and they're like, we don't care. Who cares? Would like to make them to be her godfathers. And the funny thing too is, right before they come in, Jin is hiding his cigarette.
Smoking, putting the cigarette out very rapidly.
And yeah, that's when you get the person who opens the door and like the baby's parents would like to thank you, and then yeah, it's Miyuki's dad.
Yeah, and we would like to analyze their reunion, what happens after that, but that's where the movie ends, folks. Like,
Yeah, no, that's where and I think that's actually remembering that is the dad. Yeah, I think that's a good place for the movie to end because I do actually think that like at this
it gives us
at
an
this,
idea.
well, at this point,
Let's go.
each of the three characters has sort of a thread back to their old life, you know, and they
Yeah.
have a chance. They've each been given the chance to fix things.
Yeah.
Well,
Like, and things, and you get the impression that like as much as they have tried at several points to get away from the others, there's something, whether divine or otherwise, drawing them all together.
you know,
And
yeah,
you get the impression.
they'd probably still be in communication. They'd probably still care for each other. Well, and also they're all now this baby's godparent.
Parents, yeah. And yeah, so they all have to be in some form of contact, yeah.
Well, yeah, and I kind of like the idea that is that yeah. So there's a bit of an optimistic sort of path forward for each of the characters, and I think that's what's particularly meaningful with this movie. It's that is it kind of ties back into that thread of they're as bad as it gets, as lowly as your life could get. You can be the bottom of the rung. There's a bottom of the ladder, the bottom rung of the ladder. There's still a path forward. There's still you shouldn't give up. You shouldn't write yourself off necessarily, and I think that's the major theme.
Yeah, and that's like a big theme that I love in this movie is never give up on yourself, and I think that's a beautiful theme. I believe it's a beautiful thing to believe in. Just
well, it's
like
especially because the holidays is a really good like time to kind of realize that
have that message. Yeah.
you are meaningful to the world, even if you don't necessarily feel it, and even if you have screwed up, there you can bring meaning to. It's funny because The Wonderful Life kind of ends up at the same place but takes a different route, and so that's an interesting thing of parallel you can make.
Yeah.
Because all of the characters kind of do end up having to kind of confront their past and kind of confront the people they've been avoiding, because that's the other thing is it's not that they haven't had these threads necessarily existing. It's that they've been like Hana's Hana knew exactly where she could go back to, but
Yeah,
her pride kind of stopped her.
and
And
Miyuki knew where.
Jin probably could have reached back out to his wife. He probably could have like looked at and Jin even was holding on to the hope because he was saving up the money, and it felt like he was saving up the money because it was almost like I know I wasn't there. I wasn't able to provide for you in the way I should have.
Yeah, it's like all of these characters had a thread back to their old life, and while it's never going to be the same as it was, there's a chance that their current circumstances can improve.
Absolutely, and I think that's the kind of and yeah, and especially at the end, they are further along on that path to improving those at the end than they were at the beginning. They aren't just
100%.
because at the beginning, I think it's safe to say that the characters were really just spinning their wheels.
Yeah, they were just going through the motions for the most part.
Yeah.
They were, I wouldn't want to say happy, but they were content in a way with it.
Well, at the end of the day, it was a case of they were just waiting to. Well, I think Jin was just waiting to. He was just wallowing in self pity. It was just, yeah, I am this useless bum. Yeah, I am a piece of shit. And it's like, yeah, I can't be forgiven. And then it's like, at the end of the day, not only did his daughter actually want to meet him again, but it is also just these aren't people who are hopeless. The they could have just left the baby to fend for itself. They could have just dropped it off at the police station, which is probably still the correct decision.
Probably. By the way, if you do find a random baby out in the world that's just like left on their own, don't go on an adventure to find their mom. Just like give it to the prop that like they probably know how to find their parents better than you, a random stranger does. Like,
yeah, if nothing else, if nothing else, if you're not equipped to take care of a baby, also it could just be a kidnapping victim like this one was. So that's the funny thing about it. But yeah, there is definitely a dividing thread that I think is supposed to go through the movie. That is like, and this is kind of another one of those parts that kind of ties into it. It's like, yeah, Miyuki's father just happened to be the cop assigned to this case.
yeah. Like in any other movie, you'd think if they didn't set it up properly, you'd think, okay, this is all a lot of coincidence or whatever. But with this movie, a big theme of it is that kind of like you said, that thread. And yeah, no, it's a very important aspect of the film.
Yeah, and I do feel like this is probably one of the better Christmas films. Like, what others that I can think of are on par with this. Well, Die Hard, if you consider that a Christmas movie, I guess. Nightmare Before Christmas, which I reviewed with Iron Mandrill and Laughing Lulu, a couple of days ago.
Nice plug.
Yeah, check out both of their channels. They also are my co-hosts on my podcast, so if you watch those videos, we'll probably put those in the card in the re-upload.
Yeah.
But yeah, what else? Gremlins? Like there's a handful of like really good Christmas movies out there.
I love that we're mentioning movies for Christmas. The Christmas
Wonderful
themes
Life.
play very little into it.
The Wonderful Life. Yeah. Miracle on Miracle on 34th Street.
Something like that, yeah. It's been a while since I've watched a lot of these films.
Yeah.
A lot of those films, fairness, we love because we grew up with them. You know what I mean? I think it's still like watching Christmas movies as an adult is
Home Alone.
It's a mix of either Home Alone. It's a mix of either like nostalgia view or it is a you know, you're just kind of like, oh, it's kind of cheesy or whatever. But like, this is a very good Christmas film. I think it's like I said, it has very much become my favorite Christmas film.
Well, it's funny because I was kind of meh, and Art was kind of meh on it when we first watched it. And then Art watched it on second viewing, and I just thought about it a bit more. Uh, and yeah, I think one of the traps the movie has is the contrivances, if you know what I mean. Because you have to realize, like, there is a level of divine will to this. It's not just that it's contrived. It's that there's like I said, there's a level of divine will. There is something behind the scenes.
Yeah. But given that it is almost a certain time here that I'm not going to say to give away our time zone, uh, I think that,
Oh yeah,
in
this
my
is this is
opinion,
we're also done. So I think this is a good
yeah,
point to sign off. So
yeah.
for anyone who's made it this far or makes it this far in the re-upload, thank you very much for joining us. It was a nice afternoon slash evening slash morning.
We're not giving away anything.
Well, no, I think I've already revealed my time zone in the past, just
Oh,
through
wow.
gaming on accident. But
Whoops.
uh, uh, in general, like it was a nice evening. I'll say.
Yeah,
What I at least have thoroughly enjoyed talking about this film. We do genuinely recommend it, and
100%.
yeah, and I don't have anyone's channels to plug today, so just
Yeah,
in general, have a nice evening, and enjoy your holidays. I'm going to try to stream. I was gonna stream tomorrow, but I might push it off to Tuesday.
we shall see.
I was gonna stream Hollow Knight, but yeah. Other than that, yeah. Have a nice week.